All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Monica Leisha Lynn Hawkins, file number 21-20263FH.
Morning, Your Honor. Joseph Wagner.
Okay, hold on one second. So step up to the podium, please. All right, and I have, I'm gonna go with Isaac Sneed. What is this? This is a Bob. So probation violation. I do have prosecutors present. Counsel, can you place your full name and your P number on the record?
Joseph H. Wagner, 25408.
All right, very good. All right, so, ma'am, this file says Hawkins. Are you still Hawkins or you Tincher?
No, I'm a Tincher.
Okay, very good. So, sir, this is the date and time set for a pretrial on the probation violation. So how did you wish to proceed today?
Your Honor, we're in the process of dealing with cases coming out of another court, and I would just ask that today we put this over until we have a resolution. And I'm also understanding that the major thing that's standing is the payment of the rest of the costs, which are going to be done by, she's supposedly off in October. This will be paid probably within the next couple of weeks.
All right.
This Thursday.
All right. So Ms. Walsh, during this time period, there's been no issues with Ms. Tincher. Is that correct?
That's correct. She's been.
Right. I was asking Ms. Walsh.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Ms. Walsh.
That's correct.
Okay. So I have no objection to adjourning this out to accommodate that. When's your next court date in the other courts?
August 20th and then August 5th.
Okay, so why don't we go to, my next available date is September 18th.
That's fine with me, Your Honor. I'll make sure I'm available.
Okay, so it'll be, I'm gonna get you a notice. Ms. Adams, this is a probation violation, and Ms. Tincher and her attorney, Mr. Wagner, are present in the courtroom. So could I get a notice of hearing? And as I said, September 18th at 8 a.m., okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Good to see you.
Notices.
Yep, it'll just take a minute.
That's fine, Your Honor.
And sorry for the delay. We had a bench conference this morning on another case.
I've had an interesting trip over here this morning, and I hope to make it home a little easier.
Okay, thank you. Just have a seat and we'll get your notice. All right, and the next person I had was Mr. Lyons, and then I had Mr. Brooks. So, Mr. Lyons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Let me get your file. That's Kenneth Brindle with you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Andrew Brindle, file number 24-21835FH. I have George Lyons appearing on behalf of Mr. Brindle, and I have Alexander Bandetto appearing on behalf of the people. This is the date and time set for a pretrial and a motion. And I do have a plea agreement form in the file. So, Mr. Lyons, how do you wish to proceed today?
Your Honor, I forwarded to the court the signed plea agreement by myself and my client. He'll be tendering a plea pursuant to that agreement to OUIL second, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll be able to avail himself to sobriety court because he lives in Jackson County. For some reason, we don't.
Okay. Mr. Bandetto, you understand that?
I do understand that.
Okay. And all right, so Mr. Brindle, you want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Kenneth Andrew Brindle, Jr.
All right, Junior, okay. So Mr. Bandetto, the agreement form I have is an OWI second. Obviously, there was no objection to sobriety court if eligible, but he is not eligible because he lives out of county. Is that the plea agreement?
It is, Your Honor, yes.
Mr. Mon, I'm going to mute you because you're not muted. All right, so you, Mr. Brindle, have heard the statement of your attorney and the prosecuting attorney. Is it your intention to plead guilty to OWI second offense? So you're going to amend the felony information to add a count 2, operating while intoxicated, second offense?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay, so is it your intention to plead guilty to that, sir? I'm not getting any audio.
Yes.
Okay, now, Mr. Brindle, I also have in my file a motion affidavit and or order to show cause that was provided to me by Darren Coast, which states it was filed on July 16th. Did you receive that, Mr. Lyons?
I did not.
Mr. Brindle, did you receive a copy in the mail of a motion affidavit in order to show cause?
You would have given it to me. No, we haven't, Your Honor. I'm kind of flying.
Okay,
out here.
so the show cause for today, I apologize. It was put in the mail. So I'm sorry that it hasn't made its way to you. So the one that was filed on July 16th alleges that the defendant tested positive for intoxicants on his remote breath machine on July 7th. He had a 0.041% at 8:25 a.m., 0.050 at 8:43 a.m., 0.034 at 9:06 a.m., and 0.031 at 9:24 a.m. And then, that is the show cause against your client. Mr. Coast, have we had any positives since then?
We have
Numbers
not,
since then?
Judge, just that one violation back on July 7th.
Okay, so Mr. Lyons, that's hanging out there and I'm willing to adjourn it out as long as there's no more violations.
Not a problem. I'm talking to my client, and he takes responsibility for that, Your Honor.
Okay, so he wants to plead to the bond violation?
Yes, Your Honor. He'll take responsibility, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Brindo, do you understand the allegation against you on the bond violation?
Yes.
You got to speak up. If for some reason
Yes.
I'm not picking up audio and it's not your fault, it's not Mr. Lyons' fault, it's just the nature of Zoom. All right, and you understand that's a contempt of court and that could carry up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now, Mr. Brindo, are you satisfied with Mr. Lyons as your attorney and the advice that he's given you?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalty for OWI second could be up to 1 year in jail? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Neither the prosecutor, the defendant, nor anyone on the defendant's behalf has discussed a possible sentence with the court. Is that correct, Mr. Lyons?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Bandetto?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and would you agree with that as well, Mr. Brindle?
Yes.
Okay, if a guilty plea is accepted, there will be no trial. This means that you will be giving up rights you would have had at trial. I'm going to explain those rights to you now to make sure that you understand them. You have a right to a speedy public trial by jury. You may ask for a non-jury trial, and if the prosecutor and court agree, you can have a non-jury trial. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to have the prosecuting attorney prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty and you do not have to prove anything. You have the right to be present at trial and have witnesses against you appear at your trial and to ask those witnesses questions. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses you have for your defense to appear at the trial. You have the right to remain silent during your trial and not to have your silence used against you. However, you also have the right to testify at your trial if you want to testify. Do you understand that if your plea is accepted, you may be giving up the right to appeal issues that would otherwise be appealable if you were convicted at trial? Do you understand that, Mr. Brindle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have mics on your shirts? Are you that fancy?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Do you understand that if, let me see, I might have to repeat that. Do you understand if your plea is accepted, you may be giving up the right to appeal issues that would otherwise be appealable if you were convicted at trial?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that any appeal from the conviction and sentence pursuant to the plea will be by application for leave to appeal and not by right? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you are not a citizen of the United States of America, a conviction of a crime may result in deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States of America, or denial of naturalization. Do you have any questions about the rights that I've given to you?
No.
All right. How do you wish to plead to the charge that on or about April 23rd of 2024 in Woodstock Township in the county of Lenawee that you did commit the offense of operating while intoxicated, second offense. Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Okay. Has anyone made any threats or promises to you to induce you to plead guilty to this charge other than what was placed on the record?
No.
Do you understand if I accept this plea, you will be giving up any and all claims that your plea is given as a result of promises or threats that were not disclosed to the court on the record during this hearing, or that it was not your own choice to enter the plea? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Is the defense counsel or prosecutor aware of any promises or threats or inducements other than the plea bargain to induce the defendant to plead guilty? Mr. Lyons?
None, Your Honor, but may I add that my information has the date as the 20th of April.
Well, the felony information said April 23rd.
Your Honor, I would agree with Mr. Lyons. It is the 20th. I would move to amend that if the court would allow. However, the amended information I'm preparing right now does have the correct date of.
Okay, so Mr. Lyons, Mr. Banetto agrees, and the new amended information will reflect the date of April 20th. Is that all right, Mr. Lyons?
We have no objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so are you aware of any promises or threats then, Mr. Lyons?
None, Judge.
Mr. Banetto?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Has your attorney promised you any particular sentence or estimated what your sentence would be, Mr. Brindle?
No.
Okay. Is it your own choice to plead guilty?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Brindle, on April 20th of 2024, were you operating a motor vehicle in Woodstock Township in the county of Lenawee?
Yes.
Were you on Rogers Highway?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, had you consumed alcohol before you drove?
Yes.
All right. And would you agree that your alcohol content was 0.08 or higher?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that you're driving while under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
Mr. Banetto, satisfied? All right. Has the court complied with MCR 6.302 B, C, and D? Mr. Lyons
I'm satisfied. Thank you.
and Mr. Banetto?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Mr. Brindle, on July 7th of 2024, you have a remote breath machine. Is that on your vehicle or in your home?
I carry it.
Okay. So on that day at 8:25 a.m., you blew into the remote breath machine and you had a BAC of 0.041%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because you had consumed alcohol sometime late that night before? And say it again.
Yes.
I'm getting, okay, I get a kind of like a Voldemort thing there going. All right, and you knew one of your bond conditions is you weren't to consume alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and as you kept testing throughout the morning, your BAC went down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I accept the plea on the contempt to court. I'm going to set both of these for sentencing on September 13 at 8:15. Are you available that day, Mr. Lyons?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So that's September 13th.
September 1/3/13, that would be Friday the 13th.
Ooh.
Is that all right?
Wait, you're talking to a man that was born on Friday the 13th, so that's not good luck day. Yes.
It's not your birthday though, right?
No, that's not October 13th.
Okay. All right, I'll put it in my calendar. So September 13th at 8:15 in the morning. Now, what I will say is if he has no further violations, other people asking for jail at the time, have you done any jail? Because we got 48, or no, we don't even have 48 hours to deal with on this one. Have you done any jail on this, sir?
No.
You didn't go to
No.
jail that night?
Oh, yes.
But you were there overnight.
Until the morning.
But technically 2 days.
Okay, so would you like to appear for sentencing via Zoom or in person?
Zoom?
Okay, so I'm gonna put down via Zoom. All right, so this is a misdemeanor. So Mr. Brindle, next Thursday morning between 8 and 10 a.m., I need you to report to the courthouse on the first floor to the district court probation department. You check in, they're gonna give you instructions on how to proceed, probably a packet to fill out. They're gonna set up an interview with you. They'll prepare a pre-sentence report. We'll provide that to Mr. Lyons. Have you had an alcohol assessment done?
Oh,
So we still require those on misdemeanors, right?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Lyons, your client's gonna need to make arrangements to have an alcohol assessment done. We have McCullough Vargas. I don't know, you might have someone closer to you. He's in Clark Lake, so. And that needs to be provided to the district court probation department or my office.
And Judge, District Court Probation will set that up for him.
Okay, all right. All right, and when you meet with Mr. McCarron, be truthful about your background, the events that occurred. Let's see. And we will see you back on September 13th at 8:15 in the morning via Zoom. All right, thank you, Mr. Brindle.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Lyons,
Yes, ma'am.
that political sign, those people think that's serious. And they're
I know.
actually using. I know. All right, you guys have a good day. Mr. Brooks?
Your Honor,
Well, hello there.
good morning.
Good to see you bright and early this morning.
That makes one of us. Nothing personal, Your Honor, just time.
I have a thick skin. All right. Early bird gets the worm, Mr. Brooks.
I'm happy to see Mr. Brooks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Glazier.
I said, I'm happy to see Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, just because you enjoy watching me suffer.
Oh, no, yeah, stand at the podium. Well, Mr. Brooks, you are always a burst of sunshine. So this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus James Ray Burton II, file number 24-21884FH. I have Michael Brooks appearing on behalf of the defendant, and I need a prosecutor, Phoebe McClure, appearing on behalf of the people. This is the date and time set for arraignment in this matter, Mr. Brooks. Do you, have you received a copy of the felony information and prosecutor's request for discovery?
I have, Your Honor.
Do you waive the reading of the felony information?
I do, Your
All right.
Honor.
Is your client going to plead today, or are you going to have him stand mute in the court, enter a plea of not guilty?
He's going to stand mute, Your Honor.
All right, and so I will enter a plea of not guilty on behalf of your client. And then, how far out would you like a pre-trial?
I believe we have a hearing scheduled for September 5th on a motion I filed. Perhaps we can piggyback one on the other.
September 5th is a Thursday. Miss Adams, what time is the motion on September 5?
Your Honor, I have not received a motion or a notice of hearing.
Well, he just got the date yesterday, so he hasn't sent it out yet, I think. Is that all right, Mrs.
That's
Clerk?
correct.
It depends what time it is. I'm available in the morning that day. I'm unavailable in the afternoon.
Okay, Miss
That's
Adams, what time?
Sorry, I have it down for 8:30, September 5th.
Okay. And the
All right,
other thing I was
so-
gonna ask the court to do today is to order the preliminary exam transcript.
Okay, did you do that in writing, right?
I never have before, no.
Okay, do you want, all right, so Miss Adams? How do they do that? I can order it, but I didn't know. Do we do?
Transcript and preliminary exam? I already did it.
Oh, Mr. Brooks said he already ordered the preliminary exam transcript.
Okay, could we get a copy of that so we know that it's ordered?
If they don't know that, I will call today and make sure they do know it.
I don't know if they charge both parties. I don't know what they do. It's different.
Usually we just get an order from the circuit court and they send it to us when it's
Well,
ready.
Mr. Brooks must have filed a request for the preliminary exam
I
transcript,
did.
so.
About a week ago.
So I don't, let me see. It should be in here, unless it's still down. Did you file it down in district court? Yeah, so he filed it down in district court, so, okay, all right, so that's been ordered. We'll see you back. Miss Adams, can I get a notice of hearing from Mr. Burton and Mr. Brooks? I'm gonna put a note in there. Mr. Brooks ordered transcript. Miss Adams, are you in your office?
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, so have a seat back on that bench if you want, and Miss Adams will get you a notice of hearing. We'll see you back on that day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ms.
Mr.
Hennigan, are you ready
Brooks,
for
can
Miss? Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, can you make sure you get us a copy of that motion?
Yeah, sure. I just filed it yesterday afternoon. I'll get it over to you.
All right, stand at the podium, please. All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Samantha Diane Ladd. We have two files. We have 22-20962FH and 23-21239FH. These are probation violation files. I have Miss Hennigan here on behalf of Miss Ladd. So, Miss Hennigan, how do you wish to proceed today?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ms. Hennigan on behalf of Samantha Ladd. We would have her plea of not guilty this morning and ask that these violations be set for trial. Ms. Ladd does have a case, a new case pending, which is related to the allegations of violation. So we would like to see how that plays out a little bit more before we take a stance with this court. And also, if the court would entertain it, I do have a request from Ms. Ladd with regard to her release conditions.
Hold on, let me get the right Ladd file. I'm sorry. The other Ladd file. I'm like, wait a second. Okay. All right. So I will say, I have a letter dated July 30th of 24 from Darren Costar, pretrial services coordinator. He said that Ms. Ladd is doing very well on her GPS. We need to add bond conditions. No, you're on probation, right?
Yeah.
And you're on probation with who?
Ms. Walsh.
Ms. Walsh?
Just popped up.
And Ms. Walsh, is she being tested randomly?
Very sporadically.
Is she have any positives?
I don't remember the last time I tested her, so she could be recommended for what Mr. Coast is recommending.
I didn't hear the last part, Ms. Walsh, I'm sorry.
She could be recommended for what Mr. Coast would recommend.
Okay, so I'm going, but you have a clause on the probation terms not to use any illegal controlled substances, right?
Yes.
Okay, okay, would you test for me today?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Coast, we'll have her tested today. She's already on randoms with Miss Walsh, and she has a clause for no drug testing or no use of illegal controlled substances. So test today for me today. You'll sit in the hall when you're done, and we'll get you out of here because I know you have a baby with you.
Okay, all right, cool, thank you.
And that won't take long. All right, so I'd rather just set this for a pretrial. When's your next court date on the other case?
That's the next month. Oh, September 30th. No, we can set it for another pretrial, that's fine with me.
Okay, why don't we set it for October 2nd for another pretrial? Okay, and Miss Ladd, you can zoom in if you want.
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, with regard to release conditions, I did not have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Walsh or Mr. Coast this morning, but Ms. Ladd has made the request that I ask the court to give her some daytime hours during the week that she's allowed to leave her home. She's currently in a transitional period, needing to move from the home that she's in. They need to load the U-Haul. She needs to be able to go to community agencies to make applications to see if there are resources that she's eligible for. And she doesn't currently, she's on house arrest, so she doesn't currently have any time that she could go out. So we're asking that the court would give her some flexibility on that for 30 days so that she could be able to go out at least Monday through Friday to be able to take care of business that her and her mother need to take care of.
Mr. Coast and Miss Walsh, want to weigh in on this?
I think she does have time out, Mr. Coast. Am I correct on that?
No, not right now. She has been asking a lot to go to doctor's appointments. But other
So
than
I
that,
do
mean,
have
I haven't
house
received any
arrest except for
violations.
emergency. Yeah, I have a house arrest except for emergencies job doctor's appointments or probation, can't be within 100 feet of 2 addresses. I mean, if she's gotta move, she's gotta move. I don't have a problem with that. We haven't had any issues with her. So, Mr. Coast, can we allow under emergencies that she can visit those agencies and move?
Sure, Judge. Samantha, you just need to call me beforehand with that the address of where you're gonna be going.
Okay.
And I'll
Okay.
allow that.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you. And just one other thing, Your Honor, there's a no contact in place between my client and the co-defendant in this case.
yep,
We just wanted to note for the record, the co-defendant was trying to communicate with her in the courtroom this morning and then approached her in the hallway when they were done with their case. I approached her and her mother and their baby, and then pulled the mother to the side to give her information about the case that she wanted Samantha to have. And I did see that happen in the hallway this morning. So we just wanted to note for the record that the co-defendant is attempting to communicate with her.
okay. Noted by Ms. Walsh and Mr. Coast. All right, so Ms.
And then just wait in the hallway for the testing?
Yep, I'm gonna get you a notice of hearing. Look, there she goes. And then go sit in the hall and Mr. Coast will manage that with you, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Flores is here. She's waiting in the hallway whenever.
Yep, bring her in. All right, so let me find you again. Oh, that's Judge Olsevers. I'm sorry. Gotta move to a different docket. All right, so this is the docket for Judge Olsever. And we have an arraignment in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Emily Christian Flores, file number 2024-21886FH. I have Tamaris Hennigan appearing on behalf of Ms. Flores, and I need a prosecutor.
I can do it, Your Honor.
All right, Alexander Bayonetto appearing on behalf of the people. So, Ms. Hennigan, have you received a copy of the felony information witness list and request for discovery?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the felony information?
yes, we do.
And does your client wish to plead today or stand mute and have the court enter a plea of not guilty?
She'll stand mute today.
Okay, so I will enter a plea of not guilty. And then you're asking for another pretrial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I apologize. I did not get a date from Ms. Clark. So let me call her. Hello. Ms. Clark, on Ms. Flores today, she waived the reading of the information. I entered a plea of not guilty, so I need a pretrial date for Ms. Hennigan on Emily Flores. So how far out would you like that pretrial?
30 days.
30 days or so.
Okay, September 4th at 8:15.
September 4 at 8:15, and you'll do the notice to hearing?
Yes,
Because,
I have it.
wait,
It was an arraignment, so I'll do the notice.
well, hold on. Becky, did you say you do it?
Yep, I already have it.
All right, so Miss Adams already did it, and we'll serve her in person.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I will enter a plea of not guilty. This will be set for pretrial in front of Judge Olsever. You can do that in person or via Zoom. Ms. Hennigan can give you instructions on that. If you guys want to sit on the bench right back there, we'll get you a notice of hearing and you can go on your way. Thank you. Okay. Who do I have with MDOC?
Johnny Ladd,
Hi, Mr. Ladd. How are you?
how are you doing? I'm doing
I'm
good.
good. Good. All right, let me get your file.
I'm representing Mr. Ladd today, Your Honor.
Okay, so I gotta get back there to him. I'll grab his files. All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Johnny Allen Ladd. I have two files, 23-21539FH and 23-21540FH. I have Rhonda Underwood appearing on behalf of Mr. Ladd, and I have Isaac Sneed appearing on behalf of the people. This is a date time set for pretrial. So Miss Underwood, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I would ask for a brief breakout with Mr. Ladd.
Of course. All right, so Mr. Ladd, I'm gonna open a breakout room. You and Miss Underwood can take your time. It gets a little harder sometimes to get into MDOC, and we understand that. So let me open up some breakout rooms. All right, and hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna open that room. Now set. So I guess, what do you hear on Mr. Hartung?
The Boykins pretrial with Mr. Glazer.
Okay, so I will, Mr. Glazer, your Chief Public Defender, so I'll take you in front of your cohorts. And it was Boykins? All right. This is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus, is he in jail?
No, he's out.
Let me see. Is he with you? No.
No, you got a
Let me see.
Brian on there.
He what?
You have a Brian, that's
I'm here.
probably him.
He's out.
Where is he at? There you are. I'm sorry. Yep, sorry about that. I thought I let you in thinking you were an attorney named Brian. So this is in the matter, okay, Mr. Boykins has appeared via Zoom. I have John Glazer appearing on behalf of Mr. Boykins, and I have Douglas Hartung appearing on behalf of the people. So, Mr. Glazer, how would you like to proceed today?
I need to speak with Mr. Boykins just for a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Boykins, I am going to open up a breakout room and place you and Mr. Glazer. When you get the invitation, go ahead and join it. Okay, let's go that one. All right, so Mr. Dagger Marcosian, I think you only had Mr. Vanzo maybe this morning. Is he going to be a plea?
Your Honor, Mr. Vanzo is a plea. I also have Chad May.
Okay, who do you want to do first?
Well, if Vanzo's gonna be a plea, I need to do an amended information, and I'd like a plea agreement probably.
Okay, well, we met on him yesterday regarding the plea, right?
Right,
At a bench
I
conference, yes.
didn't hear from Mr. Dagenberg, so I didn't prepare any of the documents
Okay.
ahead of time.
Okay, so I want to get the plea done today. I have to. So I'm comfortable amending the information on the record and then you providing it this afternoon. If you guys want to put, let me do Mr. May first. So we'll get him on his way and then we'll chat.
And Judge, I don't have a clip-on mic, so I hope you can hear me. I hope you can hear me fine.
Well, you know, Mr. Fancy Pants, George Lyons has that YouTube TV show he puts on, so he needs all that high tech stuff.
Mine's in the mail right now, so.
Okay, all right, all right. All right, Mr. May, can you hear me?
Yes,
All right, can you start video for me?
yes.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Chad Everett May, file number 24-21847FH. I have, who's the prosecutor on this one?
I am.
Oh, okay. So I have Michael Dagger Margosian appearing on behalf of the defendant, and I have Phoebe McClure appearing on behalf of the people. This is the date and time set for a pretrial. So, Mr. Dagger Margosian, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, Mr. May is currently doing the Economic Crimes Unit program with Mr. Wendt at the prosecutor's office. Mr. May has made, what I understand, one payment of about $300. Obviously, there's more to go, but he is wanting to obviously complete that program and resolve this case. So I'd ask the court to adjourn the case for that to happen.
Ms. McClure?
That is correct, and I have no objection to that.
Okay, so Mr. May, make sure you're making monthly payments so that we show progress. If we go a couple months without a payment, I don't consider that progress, so good job. I'm going to adjourn this to August tomorrow. I'm gonna adjourn this to October 2nd.
Okay. Your Honor, because I'm on 2 payments a month.
Good. That's
But-
even better.
Well, no, that's the thing is he wants $600 a month, and I really can't afford $600 a month right now.
And so, Mr. May, what I will explain to you, the economic units, whatever program, is to allow you not to have a felony on your record, okay? So, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but a lot of people get a second job, you know, maybe they, you know, go do whatever, the Meyer delivery, whatever. They go do something else to help them hurry up and make that so they don't end up with a felony. So, you know, look into that venue. I don't set the payments on that. That's up to them. But,
Okay.
so I'm gonna set this out.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is the payments were set based on a discussion Mr. Went had with you and what you both believed you could make. So if you are having trouble with that, just go talk to him and he'll work with you, okay?
Okay.
But like I said, a lot of people I deal with, they get a second job in the evenings, a couple days a week, just to offset that so they can do it. So Mr. Dagger-Margosian, I'm going to adjourn this to October 2nd at 8:30 in the morning. You can do the stip in order to adjourn. Ms. McClure and Mr. Dagger-Margosian, if he's making his payments and he's making progress and you want to adjourn it again, do it by stip, so that way you don't have to worry about coming in, okay?
Thank you, Honor, will do.
Okay, so Mr. May, you're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
And let's go. All right, so let's go back to Mr. Van Zo. Let me bring him in. Let's place the agreement on the record. If we can get it on the record in agreement, or do you want to type that up right now, Ms. McClure, and send it to Mr. Dagger-Margosian?
The plea offer I sent back on
Hold
July
on.
11th, and that's still valid as even after our discussion yesterday. So that, as far as I'm concerned, is fine. And I'm working on the amended information right now.
Okay, so let me call the case and we can talk about it. Okay. Mr. Van Zelt, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, I can. All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jamie Allen Van Zo, file number 23-21503FH. I have Michael Dagger-Margosian appearing on behalf of the defendant and Phoebe McClure appearing on behalf of the people. This is a date and time set for pretrial. For the record, for the record, we did have a bench conference yesterday. Myself, Mr. Dagger-Margosian, and Ms. McClure. A plea agreement was discussed, and Ms. McClure, do you want to put that agreement on plea offer on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding is that Mr. Van Zo would plead to an added count 3 of accosting a minor for an immoral purpose, which is a 4-year felony. And it is a class F felony, and it would be a tier 2 under the Sex Offender Registration Act. Count 1 and 2, the criminal sexual conduct 2nd degree, would be dismissed. Part of that agreement were, I believe, the guidelines we believed were from 0 to 9, so it would be a no upfront incarceration based on our Cobb's discussion, and I believe that's it, Mr. Dagger-Margosian.
It is.
Is it and it's a guilty plea?
It'd be a no contest, Your Honor.
That's what, is that right, Ms. McClure?
That's fine. I wasn't sure.
All right, and Mr. Dagger-Margosian, you'll put the factual basis on the record when I need it?
Yes, Your Honor, and informally in the bench conference, we discussed the length of probation that can be addressed at sentencing.
Yep. All right, so, because this offense doesn't require a mandatory 5 years probation, so. All right, so, Mr. Van Zo, you want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Van Zo, can you state your full name for the record?
It's Jamie Allen Van Zo.
All right, Mr. Van Zo, you have heard the statement of the prosecuting attorney And let me close that MDOC room. And your attorney, is it your intention to plead no contest to an added count 3, accosting a minor for, is it sexual purposes, Ms. McClure? What was the name of it again?
Accosting for immoral purpose.
Immoral purposes. Okay. So, and that carries a maximum penalty of up to 4 years in prison. So is it your intention to plead no contest to that offense today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you satisfied with Mr. Dagger Margosian as your attorney and the advice that he has given you? All
Yes, ma'am.
right. Neither the prosecutor, the defendant, nor anyone on the defendant's behalf has discussed a possible sentence with the court other than the Cobbs and plea agreement that we've already placed on the record. Is that correct, Mr. Dagger Margosian?
Correct, Your Honor.
And Ms. McClure?
That's correct.
And Mr. Vanzo, would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If a no contest plea is accepted, there will be no trial. And in fact, you are scheduled for trial. This means that you will be giving up rights you would have had at trial. I'm going to explain those rights to you now to make sure that you understand them. You have a right to a speedy public trial by jury. You may ask for a non-jury trial. And if the prosecutor and court agree, you can have a non-jury trial. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to have the prosecuting attorney prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty and you do not have to prove anything. You have the right to be present at trial and have witnesses against you appear at trial and to ask those witnesses questions. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses you have for your defense to appear at the trial. You have the right to remain silent during your trial, not to have your silence used against you. However, you also have the right to testify at your trial if you want to testify. Mr. Vanzo, do you understand that if your plea is accepted, you may be giving up the right to appeal issues that would otherwise be appealable if you were convicted at trial? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that any appeal from the conviction and sentence pursuant to the plea will be by application for leave to appeal and not by right? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
If you are not a citizen of the United States of America, a conviction of a crime may result in deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States of America, or denial of naturalization. Do you understand, and I know Mr. Dagger Margosian explained this to you, that you will, by entering this plea, you will be required to register under the Michigan Sex Offender Registration Act for 25 years. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any questions about the rights that I've given to you?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay. All right. And your options are going to be no contest or not guilty. So how do you wish to plead to the charge that on or about the time period of October 1 of 2015 through December 1 of 2017 in Madison Township in the county of Lenawee that you did commit the offense of accosting a minor for immoral purposes? No contest or not guilty?
No contest.
All right. Has anyone made any threats or promises to you to induce you to plead no contest to this charge?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if I accept this plea, you will be giving up any and all claims that your plea is given as a result of promises or threats that were not disclosed to the court on the record during this hearing, or that it was not your own choice to enter the plea? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is the prosecutor or defense counsel aware of any other promises or threats or inducements than the plea bargain to induce the defendant to plead no contest? Mr. Dagger Margosian?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. McClure?
None, Your Honor.
So we didn't talk about terms of probation or fines and costs. So Mr. Vanzo, we haven't addressed those issues. So has your attorney promised you any particular sentence or estimated what your sentence will be other than the agreement that was placed on the record?
No.
All right. Is it your own choice to plead no contest?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Ms. McClure, Mr. Dagger Margosian, who
Your Honor,
wants to put the factual. Okay.
Your Honor, pursuant to the investigation in this matter, I would say that by way of the requirements of 750.145A, which is the immoral purpose statute, Mr. Vanzo did accost or entice and or solicit an individual with the initials BS on the approximately on the date of October 1st of 2015. At that time, Mr. Vanzo knew that the individual, initials BS, was a minor, and that the conduct would have subjected her to sexual contact or conduct. I think that satisfies the statutory requirements.
Any additions, Ms. Meir?
Just that would have occurred from the date range of October 1st, 2015 to December 1st, 2017. And that throughout that entire time period, the individual with the initial BS was under the age of 16 that entire time period.
And the accosting was a touching?
That is correct.
On where?
Her body for sexual purposes. I
Yeah,
guess
at the preliminary examination, it was established that it was on her breast and buttocks.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, based on the facts placed on the record and from the information contained in the police report and preliminary exam transcript, the court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that during the time period of October 1 of 2015 through 12/1 of 2017 in Madison Township in the county of Lenawee, that the defendant did commit the offense of accosting a minor for immoral purposes by, during that time period, the minor BS was under the age of 16, and the defendant did touch her for sexual gratification purposes on the buttocks and breasts. Therefore, the court accepts the no contest plea. Has the court complied with the MCR 6.302 B, C, and D, Ms. McClure?
Yes.
And Mr. Degemer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I accept the plea. It's been given understandably, voluntarily, and accurately. The defendant has full knowledge of his rights. He does have competent counsel. The agreement that was placed on the record will be followed by the court. And I'm going to refer this matter to the probation department for a pre-sentence investigation. We will set sentencing for Mr. Degemer, if you're available, September 13th at 8:15.
I am available, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McClure.
I am available as well. I do think we might need to do an order for fingerprints though.
Mr. Vance, I'm not denying that you might have you been fingerprinted?
Yes, I have. I've submitted my fingerprints to the Adrian Police Department. Yes.
And you did that about a month ago?
It's been about that. Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's been a little bit though, but I did submit my fingerprints though.
So Miss Adams, if we can reach out to
this was a Madison Township file, so we might need to get a hold of Chief Gentner, but I know there was some confusion when it's Madison and they go to Adrian to do it. So that could be.
They do. So, okay, so Mr. Vanzo, Mr. Degemer goes in. We're going to reach out to Leslie Keene over at APD to verify if the prints have been done. If we can't get them, Mr. Vanzo, I apologize. Mr. Degemer goes in. We will let you know. Okay. And then we'll have to have it redone. Okay. So yeah, I will set. All right, sentencing for September 13th at 8:15 in the morning. Mr. Degemer goes in, and Mr. Vanzo, and Miss McClure. Do we want this in person or via Zoom?
I will probably have individuals here in person.
Yeah.
Okay.
On our end, we would prefer Zoom. Obviously.
Okay, Ms. McClure.
Always prefer in person, but I'll leave it up to the court.
Okay, so all right, we'll do in person just because half of them and half of Zoom is awkward. All right, so Mr. Vanzo, I'm going to pop in a breakout room.
Judge, before we could do that, could I address like just a few bond issues?
Sure.
Your Honor, in our discussion from yesterday, I guess I would just ask the court to confirm that Mr. Vanzo be able to have contact with his biological kids. That has been a concern of his, and for contact with his stepkid, but contact with that would be supervised.
All right, and Ms. McClure, we had that discussion yesterday, is that correct?
We did.
All right, so Ms. Adams, we're gonna amend the bond conditions to allow for unsupervised contact with his biological children and supervised contact with his stepchildren or any other child.
Yeah. And I know we tried to amend bond conditions to do this before, but we were unable to get a list of who those children were. So I would just ask by sentencing date.
I said any other children, so only he can have unsupervised contact with his how many children do you have, Mr. Vanzo, that are biologically yours?
I have 3.
Okay,
I have 2 boys,
so
2 boys and a girl.
okay, so he can have unsupervised contact with his 3 biological children, but all other minor children, he must have supervised contact. So we'll just make it simple, Ms. McClure, is that good?
Okay, yeah, that works.
All right, so Ms. Adams will amend that bond condition. So Mr. Vanzo, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room. Is it with you, Ms. Walsh?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Vanzo, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Ms. Walsh from the Michigan Department of Corrections.
Okay.
She is going to give you instructions on how to proceed. You're gonna have to fill out a packet. You're gonna have to report to the probation department and meet with whoever is assigned to you. When you do that, make sure you're truthful with them about your background and the events. Well, because you entered a no contest plea, you don't have to say anything about the events that occurred, but you be truthful with them about your background, and they'll prepare a pre-sentence report. We will provide that to Mr. Dagger Margosian. Make sure you reach out to him about a week or so before sentencing to review that with him. And then we'll see you back in person for sentencing on September 13th at 8:15. All right.
Okay. There was one thing I wanted to add about the ankle monitor aspect.
Your Honor, he does have a GPS tether unit on his ankle. We would ask the court to consider removing that, certainly based on, I don't believe that there's been any allegations of violation of that bond condition, but also just the length of how long it's been and that he is taking responsibility today.
Judge, he has had a unit on since June of 23.
All right, and there's been no issues?
Correct.
All right, Ms. McClure, you want to weigh in?
Discretion of the court, Judge.
All right, I will, I'll grant the request. Mr. Coates will remove the tether.
Yeah.
Hey, Jamie, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and notify JSG. You could go ahead and take that device over there. You're going to want to quickly, just longer you have it on, they charge you by the day. So
sure. That's in Tecumseh, correct?
No, it's actually in Adrian.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay.
With Don, if you need some help with that, you could give me a call.
All right. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Dagger Margosian or Ms. McClure?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're all set. Okay. Hold on, Ms. Underwood, and I'll get to you. No. All right, Miss. Miss Adams, we're gonna let Miss Hennigan back to see you. Okay, so Rhonda Underwood, Mr. Ladd. So let me get there. Okay, so we're back to you, Mr. Ladd. Miss Underwood, have you had a chance to speak with, all right, Miss Underwood and Mr. Ladd, are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge.
Oh, I'm gonna open that breakout room now.
Okay,
Is that what you want?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Vanzo, now join the breakout room. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so Miss Underwood, how would you like to proceed today with Mr. Ladd?
Your Honor, I've had some discussions with Mr. Ladd and Mr. Sneed, but I think Mr. Malero needs to weigh in, Your Honor. So we would ask, and perhaps this matter can be resolved. We would ask for a pretrial in a couple weeks, Your Honor.
So my next available is September 11th. Mr. Ladd, September 11th at 8:30. Couple weeks. Let me look. Hold on. Miss Adams is probably gonna be mad at me, but how about August 7? I'll move it up. I'll do 2 weeks out. So we'll move this to August 7, just 2 weeks. At 8:30.
Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm not available that day.
Okay, what did you say, Miss Underwood?
I think that's only a week, Your Honor.
Okay, no, oh God, it is. How about August 14?
That works for the people. Thanks.
All right, so we'll set it out to August 14 at 8:30 in the morning. I would, if you could make a note, I'm already up to 20 pre-trials that day, that Mr. Malaro and Mr. Sneed, could you meet in advance and then meet with Mr. Ladd in advance if possible? I know we struggle sometimes because of understaffing and stuff at MBOC getting in to see people, but that way that morning goes a little bit quicker. If Mr. Ladd decides to take a plea of some nature and we know in advance, we can bring him in on a day that's not a Wednesday too, if we can get him here. 2 weeks will give us enough time to rid him out. So, all right, so Ms. Underwood, you'll do the stip in order to adjourn?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Ladd, we'll see you back in 2 weeks, okay?
I hope so.
I hope so too. Thanks, Mr. Ladd.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're all set. I'm gonna disconnect you, Mr. Ladd.
Yes, ma'am. You have a good day.
You too, Mr. Ladd. Here, you want some files? I'll give you these files. All right, so we're gonna take about a 2-minute break. Chief Patterson.
Yeah.
TikToks.
No.
Want to see it?
Sure. Yes.
To see if I can check with this one.
Still a couple of minutes.
Oh, no, I'm.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
2 months.
Coming. quick, yeah, 29 weeks, so 2 months, 2.5 months. Comes quick.
All rise. Hey, Judge, just to let you know, Lisa is here. She's a decent animal. She was in person. She's down.
Okay.
So, just to let you
Okay. All right.
I don't know if Mr. Glazer realizes she's in person. He said he was gonna have to.
Well, I don't. No.
I thought it was Mr. Malaro's case, but. John had me.
I do have Brenda Underwood here in person, but Mr. Glazer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just so you know, Miss Hannawalt requested to be in person for today, or you did, or somebody did, so she is here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Germay has been waiting very patiently, so I'm going to bring him in. Bring him again. All right, Miss Underwood, you have Mr. Germay.
Yes,
Mr.
can I
Germay,
agree?
can you hear?
Break out with him, Your Honor.
Yep, hold on, let me call it first. Brian, we're still, I'm gonna, all right, Miss Adams, I probably gave you Boykins back. Can I get Boykins back? So, all right, so Mr. Yep, I know you're there. You turn off your video, and I have ADHD, so if people turn off their video, I forget they exist. All right, so
Gotcha.
Okay, Mr. Germay, you want to start your video and audio, please? Probably fell asleep. He's been here since like 8 o'clock. There he is. All right. So, Mr. Germay, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Danny Lee Germay, file number 24-21674FH. I have Rhonda Underwood appearing on behalf of Mr. Germay. And I have
I can step in.
Alexander Bandetto appearing on behalf of the people. So, Mr. Germay, Miss Underwood would like a breakout room with you. So I'm going to put you and Miss Underwood in a breakout room, and I'm going to go back to Mr. Boykins. All right, so we are back on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Brian Kenneth David Boykins, file number 24-21753FC. I have Douglas Hartung appearing on behalf of the people and John Glazer appearing on behalf of Mr. Boykins. This is date and time set for pretrial. So Mr. Glazer, you had enough time to speak to your client?
Your Honor, I need to tell him one quick thing. We need to adjourn it. I just didn't tell him what the right reason why. So I could just have a moment to let him know that, and then we need to adjourn it.
Okay, so Mr. Boykins, I'm gonna pop you and Mr. Glazer back into a breakout room real quick. And then when you come back, I'll get another date for you. All right, go ahead and join that breakout room. Ms. Jordan. Okay, so in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Rio Ernesto Reed, file number 23-21349FH. No, that might be a Rhonda one. Mr. Mont, do you have your client with you?
Your Honor, she should be on Zoom.
She's not.
She's in a rehab facility.
Okay.
I just talked to her this morning.
Oh, shoot. I just closed the rooms by mistake. All right, Mr. Boykins and Mr. Glazier. Hold on one second, because I'm just gonna. Miss Underwood, I didn't mean to close the room. Do you need back in the breakout room with Mr. Germain?
He started to say something, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna open the breakout room again. I was closing out another one and closed yours out. All right, so Mr. Glazier, have you had enough time to talk to Mr. Boykins?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right, so you are going to ask for this matter to be adjourned?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Hartung actually is the one who's asking for it. I don't know how long he needs.
Yes, Your Honor, it is my request. We've been trying to do some additional investigation behind the scenes. Mr. Glazier and Mr. Boykins have been very cooperative. There's one last hurdle that I'd like to get accomplished. I don't think they have an objection to an approximate 60-day adjournment. That's a little longer than I would normally want to adjourn, but I'm doing it so we don't have to come back here and ask for this again.
All right, so October 2nd at 8:15 in the morning? Or 8:30 in the morning for pre-trial, October 2nd. Is that good, Mr. Glazier and Mr. Hartung?
That's fine. Did you write that down? Mr. Boykins, did you write that date down?
Yes, I did.
And then get a hold of me a couple weeks before that.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so October 2nd at 8:30, who's doing the stipend order? Mr. Hartung will do the stipend order. Can you sign your name with permission, Mr. Glazier?
Yes, he can.
All right, Mr. Boykins, thank you for your patience this morning. You have a good day.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Glazier.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Hartung. Okay, so where did we go? Mr. Mont. So Ms. Demont, I do not have Ms. Harding, so I'm gonna call it. But in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Michelle Lynn Harding, file number 24-21779FH, file number 24-21780FH. I have, who's my Miss McClure appearing on behalf of the people, and Katerina Dumont appearing on behalf of the defendant. So Ms. Harding is not here, but Ms. Dumont, it's your understanding she's in a rehab facility at this time?
Yep, she's in sober living in Upper Michigan. When I'm talking with her, I just advised that we were going to set a settlement jury trial and hopefully get in with you to get a COBS with regard to what the offer is, and then go from there.
Okay, so I'll give you another pre-trial, and you work with Ms. McClure to get a plea agreement form, and then we can meet if we need to before that. How's that?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have the current plea offer. I was just going to try to get a COBS agreement to what sentencing would be.
Okay. Okay, so have you talked to Ms. McClure first to see if she would agree to that sentencing?
Yes.
And do you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna set another pretrial. I'm gonna do October 2nd at 8:30 in the morning. And then Mr. Mont, and if you can set up a time with Miss Adams to pop in and talk with me any other day than a Wednesday, okay?
Thank you.
All right, and Miss Demont, you'll do the stipend order to adjourn?
Yes.
And Miss McClure, can she sign your name with permission?
She can. What date was that again? I'm sorry.
October 2nd at 8:30 in the morning.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're back with Mr. Germain. So let me get back there. Mr. Glazier, Miss Hannah Waltz in person. Were you gonna come over or?
Yeah, Your Honor, I have one I have to do in person over there, but do you have Christopher Webb for today? Is
I
he
can
in?
do that one so you can head over.
Yeah, then I'll come over and do Hannah Walt, because I gotta.
Okay. So let me bring in Mr. Webb. Find him. Mhm.
John, is Mr. Webb gonna plead? Do I need to do an amended for him?
You
Hold on.
don't.
Is he Mr. Glazier?
No, he's not, Your Honor.
Okay, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Aaron Webb. Mr. Webb, can you hear me? Nope, he can't hear me. Hold on. He's not connected to audio, so I'm going to send him a message to connect. And the message to connect. Hold on. All right, I'm going to send him a web chat right now. Oh, he walked away. Miss McGreen, you sent me a direct message, but I don't know what that means. So Mr. Webb, I sent a message to connect that says you need to connect your audio. Please click the join audio icon at the bottom of your screen and then select call via device audio. If you do not see the join audio icon, you may need to tap the bottom of your screen on a phone or tablet or hover your mouse over the bottom portion of your screen on a computer. Mr. Webb, you can hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent, thank you. So I have John Glazier appearing on behalf of Mr. Webb, and I have, oh, there she is, Ms. McClure appearing on behalf of the people. So I do have an amended information that was filed on July 23rd of 2024. What is the plea offer, Ms. McClure?
Oh, I didn't, maybe I did do an amended. The plea offer, though, is to plead to a possession of a controlled substance 4-year, to dismiss the second offense notice and the meth charge and any habituals. He would also plead to a disorderly and a DWLS in district court, dismissing the 3rd district court file that he has.
And an OWS?
DWLS, driving license suspended, I'm sorry.
Okay. And district court. All right. So Mr. Glazier, the plea offer in this case is then an added count 3 controlled substance, possession less than 25 grams. It does have a maximum penalty of 4 years or up to 25,000, but obviously the guidelines are pretty low on it. And then a disorderly and driving with license suspended in district court. And Mr. Glazier, how do you wish to proceed today on behalf of Mr. Webb?
Your Honor, could we ask for one more adjournment? I need to get my client into my office and discuss all this with him.
How long of an adjournment, sir?
Not very long. Mr. Webb, can you come in and see me within the next week or so?
Yes, sir, I sure can.
All right. Miss McClure, did you say you weren't available 9/11? No.
I should be available that day.
Okay. Mr. Glazier, can I set this over to 9/11 at 8:30 in the morning?
Yeah, that's kind of a dark day in history, you know, Your Honor.
Well, we try to brighten it up around here. All right. So you'll do the stip in order to adjourn, Mr. Glazier?
Yeah, to 9/11 at 8:30.
Yes, sir.
And apparently, Your Honor, I did already file an amended information for that plea offer as well as a plea form. I didn't know I did that.
Yeah, you did. You were very efficient. All right, Mr. Webb, you're all set. Make sure you get a hold of Mr. Glazier right away and set up a time to meet with him, okay?
Mr. Webb, you got to be in court in person at 10 o'clock downstairs.
Okay.
I'll see you down there.
All right.
All right, bye.
All right, thank you. Okay, so back to you, Mr. Germain. So, Ms. Underwood, how do you wish to proceed today on behalf of Mr. Germain?
Your Honor, we have made some progress in that Mr. Germain has been screened for Veterans Court and does qualify, Your Honor. But I would like a brief adjournment to discuss with Mr. Sneed. I don't know if Mr. Webb could do, or I apologize, if Mr. Germain could do Veterans Court for a 1-year misdemeanor, or if maybe we could, there's some way we could work that. So I just would like one more adjournment, Your Honor.
So what do you mean for a 1-year misdemeanor?
Well, that is currently the plea offer.
So I think Veterans Court allows misdemeanors.
I believe that's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, the only one that doesn't, I think sobriety court doesn't allow felonies, but Veterans Court and does allow misdemeanors. I can check. Let me check right now. While we're here, let me call Teresa, because she always knows everything, because she's amazing. So she's not gonna answer now.
I don't believe she's in, Your Honor.
Well, I can try other people. Yeah, other people. All right, hold on. I got another option. I know they're here today because I'm covering Veterans Court today.
Your Honor, if we could just have a brief adjournment, couple weeks maybe.
All right. So my next available is not a couple weeks from now. So my next available is September 11th at 8:30 a.m.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll set a pretrial for 9/11 at 8:30 in the morning. Mr. Germain, and you'll do the stipend order to adjourn, Ms. Underwood. Mr. Sneed, can he sign she sign your name with permission?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Veterans Court allows misdemeanors, so that shouldn't be a problem. So we'll see you back on that day, Mr. Germain. You have a good day.
Thanks, you too, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while we're waiting for Mr. Glazer, I'm just gonna run down the district court.
Okay. I have a Jordan. Let's see who this Jordan is. All right, I have someone who's logged on with, do you work with the Veterans Court? No, okay. I have someone named Jordan who's logged on. Can I ask your name, please?
This is not Jordan, this is Michelle Harding.
Michelle, what's your last name?
Harding.
Oh, Michelle, we already called your case, and put that you were unavailable. We've set your case out to September 11th, and we're gonna set something up with the judge in the meantime, okay?
Okay, yeah, but it's been here since 8:30.
Well, you have, but it wasn't under your name, so I didn't know it was you. It
Yeah,
says
this is
Jordan on
fine.
your
So
screen, but, okay, but your
This is
attorney
still
told us
living,
where you were.
computer,
I'll
so-
stop talking for a minute, just stop
Right.
talking. Your attorney told us where you were, so we adjourned it to September 11 at 8:30, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Good luck.
Thank you, bye.
Bye. All right, so Miss Underwood, we have a bunch of bench warrants for your clients, but I'm gonna call the jail and have those people start coming in, so hold on. Hi, so I have a Jacob Kelly.
Okay,
So could we start with him?
yep.
And then I have a bunch of pickups, so you can just start lining them up.
From down the booking area,
Yeah.
all your warrants, okay.
And I have Jacob Kelly and I have Tora Trammell. I think you have them.
Yep, I got Trammell.
Do you want me to call downstairs to get the others lined up?
No, I'm just trying to look at.
I have,
Do you have a list already? 'Cause
yeah, I have Ernest Conway.
Conway,
I have Joshua Rowley.
Rowley.
I have Anthony Marcelli, Maricel.
Marcelli, yep.
Yep, and Rachel Chauvin.
So,
CHAUVIN, I believe.
okay,
Yep, and I'll take them whenever you can.
okay, well, we'll get Kelly going and then we'll do the rest for
All
you.
right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So who are you?
This is Soto.
No, oh, thank you. Have a good day.
I'm sorry, man. My name is Gary West.
West,
Yes.
who's your attorney?
That's my client.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Come on up to the podium.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Murphy, I have Mr. West. So, let's see, last time we were here. Okay. All right, this is, just stand at that podium for me, all right? That way we get good audio. This is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan, just right here. See that microphone? Come right here. There you go. All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Gary Austin West, file number 24-21840FH. I'm Matthew Murphy appearing on behalf of Mr. West, and I have Amanda Wagner appearing on behalf of the people. This is a date and time set for the first pretrial in this matter. He has had his fingerprints done, so thank you. So, Mr. Murphy, how would you like to proceed today?
Your Honor, the offer from Ms. Wagner in this matter is for Mr. West to plead to the resisting obstructing an officer to 2-year felony as charged with an agreement for no upfront jail. I wasn't sure if Mr. West wanted to take that or not. I don't know if I could speak with him briefly, or if he knew he didn't want to, we could adjourn. But if we could talk.
All right. So, Mr. West, the plea offer in this case, you're charged right now with a police officer assaulting, resisting, and obstructing. That's a 2-year felony, up to a $2,000 fine. You have a habitual offender second offense notice because you have a prior felony conviction back in 22 for tampering with the. Yeah. So the maximum penalty if you were convicted at trial could be up to 3 years in prison. Do you understand that? On an RNO, the guidelines are pretty low. So the plea offer is to plead just to the RNO, and they'll dismiss the habitual offender notice. Is there any there's an offer of no upfront jail. Okay. So it means that you wouldn't go to jail at sentencing and you'd be placed on probation.
Okay.
Do you understand that plea offer?
Yes, I.
Wait, hold on, Ms. Wagner.
Just one additional thing too. The agreement was also that I would not add a second count of resisting, obstructing for Deputy Jones.
Okay, so and they won't charge you with another RNO for another officer.
All right.
All right. Do you have a question for me about that?
Actually, yeah. I'm cool with it. I'm all right with it. You know, I'm content with anything that's going on here now. But I had landed a job.
Good.
I've been working for about a month now since I've been out of your guys' jail.
Excellent.
And I'm off alcohol. I'm doing great. I don't plan on going back to it. This thing kind of saved my life. You know, I don't got my head on my shoulders. I'm 100% now. You know, I was wondering. I ran it past my attorney. I was wondering if I could have a little bit of leniency because I mean, I make probably $650 a week.
So, okay, so Mr. Murphy, and you had talked about this. Do you want to go talk to him in the hallway?
If that's okay.
Okay, do you know how to use Zoom?
No.
Okay, so go out in the hallway and take a left, and there's a podium there. And Miss Adams, can we send somebody out to connect the Zoom for him and help him? It has instructions, but we'll send someone out to check on you. And then I'll give you a breakout room with your attorney, okay? All right. All right, Miss Underwood, okay, so in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Ernesto David, no, wait, where's Mr. Reed? Nope, Rio Reed, file number 23-21349FH. Miss Underwood, this is the date and time scheduled for a request and summons for probation violation. I think you previously recommended them. Mr. Reed was given notice to appear today. He's failed to do so. Yes, okay. So, Mr. Reed.
I don't understand why he wouldn't appear, Your Honor. It seems the only thing he could do is hurt himself by not appearing, since this is a technical violation at this point.
Well, the technical violation was back on February 21st. Now it's a non-technical probation, or let me see, well, it was July. So he failed to report in July. So yeah, he's moving towards a non-technical if he doesn't show up. So, but I don't think you've been appointed yet on this, Miss Underwood.
I don't think so.
All right. So Mr. Reed's failed to appear. I'm going to issue a bench warrant for his arrest. And I'm going to set bond in the amount of 15,000 cash. All right, that takes care of Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, if you hear about this, you turn yourself in. We can take care of it before it gets more serious. All right, Mr. Jamay is taken care of. All right, I have the hallway hooked up. Thank you. So, Mr. West, you can hear me?
Yes, I can, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to put you and Mr. Murphy in a breakout room. All right, so now you're going to click on join the breakout room. When you're done, Mr. West, just come in the courtroom and I'll take care of the rest of it. All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have a gentleman in yellow from the jail. What is your name?
Jacob Kelly, Your Honor.
All right, let me pull your file. Wait, Mr. Murphy's your attorney, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Murphy will be with us just in a minute. All right, is anybody in here a defendant? No, no. I can't hear everybody. If someone speak loudly. Are you a defendant?
Yeah.
What's your name?
McLean.
McLean. All right, who's your attorney? Mr. Murphy. Okay, so is there someone in the hall, Patsy?
Yeah, my daughter, Katie Turner.
Katie Turner?
Katie, N-A-D-I.
Oh, yep, yep, yep. Who's her attorney? Mr. Malaro's on vacation this week, so we'll figure out.
Who's here? I'm sorry.
Maybe Turner. It's Mr. Malaro's file, but he's.
I'm here on that, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Turner, you want to come up to the podium?
If I could just come out and talk to her for a moment.
Oh, never mind. Let me call the case first. So in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus, and it's Navy or Nabi? Navy Justice Turner, file number 24-21849FH. I have Rhonda Underwood appearing on behalf of Ms. Turner, and who's my prosecutor, Ms. Wagner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Amanda Wagner appearing on behalf of the people. So Ms. Underwood's going to go meet in the hallway and chat with you real quick. All right. Mr. Malaro's on vacation this week. Okay. So Mr. Murphy is back and there he is. So come on up again, Mr. West. Okay, so we are back on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Gary West. Mr. West, have you had an opportunity to speak with your attorney?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Murphy, how would you like to proceed today with Mr. West?
Your Honor, Mr. West wants to accept the offer and plead guilty to the R&O with the agreement for no upfront jail, and he also was asking to address his bond conditions after the plea is entered.
All right. Okay, and is that one of those remote breath things?
Remote breath.
Okay, and you do that through Darren Coast, right?
Yes.
Mr. Coast, are you in your office?
I am, Judge.
So I have Gary West here today. Do you perhaps have an update on how Mr. West is doing on his alcohol remote breath machine?
Yeah, can you stand by for a second, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. West, while we're waiting for Mr. Coast to pull that up, you want to raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
All right, so Mr. West, you have heard the statement of your attorney and the prosecuting attorney. Is it your intention now to plead guilty to count 1, police officer assaulting, resisting, and obstructing, which could carry up to a maximum of 2 years in prison and or a $2,000 fine?
Yes,
You understand there is a Killebrew agreement to no upfront jail. So at the time of sentencing, you won't be facing a jail term.
I get that.
Okay. Are you satisfied with your attorney and the advice that he's given you?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Coast.
Judge, I have not received any violations. He's doing well.
How long has he been on that?
Since May of this year,
May of this year.
mid-May.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right,
I won't disappoint you.
okay, well, I hope not. I'm more worried about you disappointing yourself though.
I understand.
Okay, so other than the plea agreement for this case, neither the prosecutor, the defendant, nor anyone on the defendant's behalf has discussed any other possible sentence with the court. Is that correct, Mr. Murphy
Yes, Your Honor.
and Ms. Wagner?
Yes, Your Honor.
As far as you're aware, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if a guilty plea is accepted, there will be no trial. This means that you will be giving up rights you would have had at a trial. I'm going to explain those rights to you now to make sure that you understand them. You have a right to a speedy public trial by jury. You may ask for a non-jury trial, and if the prosecutor and court agree, you can have a non-jury trial. You have the right to a speedy public trial, or I'm sorry, you have a right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to have the prosecuting attorney prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty and you do not have to prove anything. You have the right to be present at trial and have witnesses against you appear at your trial and to ask those witnesses questions. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses you have for your defense to appear at the trial. You have the right to remain silent during your trial, not to have your silence used against you. However, you also have the right to testify at your trial if you want to testify. You understand that if your plea is accepted, you may be giving up the right to appeal issues that would otherwise be appealable if you were convicted at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. Do you understand that any appeal from the conviction and sentence pursuant to the plea would have to be by application for leave to appeal and not by right? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have, let's see, if you're not a citizen of the United States of America, a conviction of a crime may result in deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States of America, or denial of naturalization. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you have any questions about the rights that I've given to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. How do you wish to plead to the charge that on or about, let me get there real quick. On or about May 11th of 2024 in the village of Blissfield in the county of Lenawee that you did commit the offense of police officer assaulting, resisting, and obstructing? Guilty or not guilty? Okay. Has anyone made any threats or promises to you to induce you to plead guilty to this charge other than the agreement on the record? No? Okay. Do you understand if I accept this plea, you will be giving up any and all claims that your plea is given as a result of promises or threats that were not disclosed to the court on the record during this hearing, or that it was not your own choice to enter the plea? Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Is the prosecutor or defense counsel aware of any promises or threats or inducements other than the plea bargain to induce the defendant to plead guilty? Mr. Murphy?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Wagner?
No, Your Honor.
Other than the agreement placed on the record, has your attorney promised you any particular sentence or estimate what your sentence will be?
No.
Is it your own choice to plead guilty?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. West, back on.
Your Honor, can I give one clarification before you begin? And I don't think it matters for the information because it does say on or about. The incident started on May 10th, a little after 11 p.m. It probably did carry over to the 11th. I think by the time he was lodged at the jail, it was the 11th. But I just wanted that to be clear.
Okay. All right. So Mr. West, on the probably close to midnight and after midnight on May 10th and May 11th, were you in village of Blissfield?
Yes, I was.
All right. And that's located here in Lenawee County,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you came in contact with a police officer from Blissfield named Chris Porton-Casa.
Yes.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah, he knows me pretty well.
Okay. So, at that time, it was dark out and could you tell he was a police officer?
Oh, I could tell. We got this thing where he knows I was a drinker at the time. All right. I drink liquor, I don't drink beer. And he told me, you get messed up, Mr. West, before you do anything stupid, you go ahead and call me. You call us, we come and calm me down. Well, I called him and he had come out to calm me down. At that point, I kept drinking and I got in it with an older buddy of mine. Everything just snowballed, spiraled out of control. If I could change it now, I would, but unfortunately, that's too late.
Okay, all right. So on that night, he came out to see you, you'd been drinking, you kept drinking, and at some point, you got rowdy with them.
Yeah.
So so it can be any number of things. So I'm gonna ask you, did you push them, pull them, pull your hands away from a handcuff, run? What did you do?
I shoved him away.
Okay, and you knew he was a police officer?
I knew he was.
He was in his gear?
That's how I was gonna know.
Okay, are you satisfied, Ms. Wagner?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, so has the court complied with MCR 6.302 B, C, and D? Mr. Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Wagner?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I accept the plea. It has been given understandably, voluntarily, and accurately. The defendant has full knowledge of his rights. He does have competent counsel. This court has made no agreement regarding the possibility of a plea or possible sentence in this case with the prosecutor, the defense attorney, the defendant, or anyone acting in the interest of either of them, other than the Killebrew agreement that was placed on the record. I am going to refer this matter to the probation department for a pre-sentence investigation. So when we get done to here today, I'm gonna have you go across the hall and check in, and they'll give you instructions on how to proceed, okay?
Thank you.
Miss Adams, if I could get a notice of hearing for Mr. West for the sentencing as well, so I can give him that before he leaves. So tell me about your job. What are your work hours?
I work from, I go to work at I gotta be there at 7:30 and I get off at 4.
In the day?
Yeah, but sometimes they do something called overtime, but it's really not, because it's off the clock work. Skip, which is my boss, the name's Skip, he owns the factory I work at. Well, he come up to us at the end of the day and say, hey, you wanna work extra 2 hours? It's.
Okay, so Mr. West, you're gonna have to do a couple things. One, at some point, you're gonna have to come meet with the probation department.
Yep.
So you might have to miss some work for that, okay?
I understand that.
Sentencing, you're not going to jail that day unless you really misbehave. So you can do that via Zoom. So you can download, do you have a phone?
Yes.
You can download the Zoom app and learn how to use it. And I'm gonna give you the Zoom instructions. So that way you can just take a break at work and not have to come all the way in, all right?
I appreciate that.
Not a
Saves
problem.
me gas money.
So, yeah. So I'm gonna give you my Zoom number. You're gonna be calling on a phone. So you got an iPhone?
No, I got one of those Obama phones.
Okay, this will work though. All right. So in the event it doesn't work, you can call in, but I'd like you to Zoom in, all right?
I could still come down here and check in.
Of course.
All right.
Well, no, you can come in the courtroom if you want. Okay, so I'm gonna set this for sentencing on September 13th at 8:15 in the morning.
I got one question for you, Your Honor. Where do we stand on?
I haven't gotten there yet.
I apologize.
Okay, so Miss Wagner, does he have prior alcohol offense? I understand alcohol was involved, but I'm asking, does he have a prior record?
If I could have just one moment to check, Your Honor.
Do you have any prior
I can
alcohol
tell you
charges?
that. Yeah, I think I should have got a DWI, driving under intoxication, a while back, but they didn't ever charge me with it. They gave me improper lane passing over, because I was coming down Sister Road and them tractors come around them corners.
I know.
Big old wheels.
I see that, Your Honor, that he's talking about December 15th of 2023. It looks like he does have an impaired as well, an impaired conviction from September of 2022. There was another drinking offense prior to that in September of 2021 in Monroe County. So I guess the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, so you have a bit of an alcohol history.
Yeah, I do.
You are doing really good right now, okay? And you're making good money, so you can afford that thing.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna tell you. I am gonna keep it on it till sentencing.
All right.
But that'll stop at the time of sentencing, all right, and then you'll be placed on probation. I want you to start going to a couple NA meetings a week or AA meetings a week. And you live in Blissfield?
Oh, yeah.
There's one there locally. If it's only once a week, it's once a week, but I'd like you to start going because you have a problem. Like, I got a bunch of kids, you know what I mean? And some of them, you just can't do it. You just can't drink. You can't, like, I have one kid, if you did something wrong, you get caught every time. You get caught every time. You can't drink.
Yeah.
So you need to learn the skills. And a lot of times working a lot isn't enough. So start trying to go to NA at least once or twice a week and get the sign out sheet for me, okay? To show me that you're going at the time of sentencing.
All right.
Okay, so I'm proud of you. You got a good job. You're working really hard. You recognize you have a problem. So we'll see you back for sentencing then on, did I do something wrong?
No, I didn't.
Okay, September 13th at 8:15, okay?
13, thank
Or
you.
8:30. You got the notice of hearing, you got the Zoom instructions, and just go right across the hall to the probation department, all right? Thank you.
Mr. West, call my office if you have any issues, okay?
All right.
Oh, Mr. West, I forgot to tell you, they're gonna set up a time to meet with you. When you do, be truthful with them about your alcohol issues, your background. They'll prepare a pre-sentence report. Call Mr. Murphy about a week before sentencing and review that with him, all right?
All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Underwood, Ms. Turner.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, find her. It's Mr. West. All right, so in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Navy Justice Turner, Ms. Underwood, have you had a chance to speak with Ms. Turner? You gotta
Yes,
stand right
Your
next to her, honey. Stand right next to her. All right, Ms. Underwood, how would you like to proceed today on behalf of Ms. Turner?
Your Honor, I believe the offer in this matter is an aggravated assault.
Attempted aggravated assault with no
An
upfront.
attempted aggravated assault.
Correct.
And is that with the HIDA provision? I believe she's HIDA eligible.
Sure, yeah.
Your Honor, if I could just have a minute to discuss that part of this with Ms. Turner.
Okay, go ahead.
We may be able to resolve it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Murphy, I have, Mr. Kelly, he's yours, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm ready to proceed. I don't think we need a breakout. I spoke with him yesterday.
Okay, so in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jacob Dean Kelly, we have two files. Where'd it go? Ms. Hannawalt. There it is. 23, you want Ms. Hannawalt brought down?
Sure.
All right, file number 23-21287FH, 24-21801FH. I have Matthew Murphy appearing on behalf of Mr. Kelly and my prosecutor. Is that you, Mr. Steen? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Isaac Sneed. This is the date and time set for pretrial. Shh, gentlemen, can you go in the hall?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Murphy, how would you like to proceed today?
Your Honor, in regards to Mr. Kelly, I do apologize. I guess some of this may have been my issue not realizing it before. Mr. Kelly was screened for Lenawee County Recovery Court. He didn't qualify because he's actually a Jackson County resident. I should have realized that beforehand. I have to submit the packet for Jackson County screening for the Recovery Court. Send that to Mr. Kelly. I should have that done and faxed over to Jackson County by the end of tomorrow. So we're asked for an adjournment on this. I spoke with Ms. Arnold. We're trying to figure out a plea based upon his admittance into that recovery court. And I do believe that's going to be, obviously once his, if he's screened and admitted, I think the case will work out.
Okay, so about 30 days or so?
Yeah, I'm hoping to have it, obviously the answer before then, but if the court wants to, if we get the plea in before then, we would, so.
All right, so my next available is September 11th at 8:30 in the morning. But Mr. Kelly, Mr. Murphy knows that if a resolution is reached before that, he knows that he can schedule you in right away. So I'm going to set a pretrial conference for September 11 at 8:30. But if it gets resolved sooner than that, Mr. Murphy will have you brought in sooner, okay?
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Murphy, you'll prepare the stipend order and sign, Mr. Sneak, can he sign your name with permission?
Yes, please.
Your Honor,
All
thank you.
right.
All right,
All
thank you,
right,
Mr.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. See you tomorrow.
All right, and there's a Lenawee jail Zoom, probably first floor. I do not have audio or video on that one. I think that's, I don't know who this is. I forgot who this is. All right, I have somebody who's logged in. It says Wing Tech. What is your name, please? All right, I've sent a request for you to unmute your device and to start your video. Could I have your name, please? Okay, they're not responding. I'm gonna put them back in the waiting room. All right, so, Mrs. Hannah Walt, right? Okay. All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Lisa Marie Hannah Walt. We have two files, 23-21232 FH, 24-21857 FH. I have John Glazier appearing on behalf of Ms. Hannah Walt. She is in person. And who is my prosecutor? I have Alexander Bayonetto appearing on behalf of the people. This is the date and time set for a pretrial on both of these files. Mr. Glazier, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, she has two files and she's going to plead no contest on one file to the UDAA. And on the other file, she's going to plead no contest to an assault and battery. I've explained to her that the offer was a UDAA and I might get the other one to a disorderly. She wants to address bond and they're both 93-day misdemeanors. So she's just going to do it as an assault and battery today. And then we'd like to address bond.
Okay, so she's gonna be pleading no contest on both files, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And then on file number 23-213-21232, she's going to plead guilty to count one, motor vehicle unlawful driving away.
No contest on there.
No contest, and that's a 5-year felony.
Yes, that's.
And then count 2 would be dismissed.
That's correct.
Okay, is that correct, Mr. Bayonetto?
It is, Your Honor.
And then on file number 24-21857 FH, check the felony information. She is going to be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of assault and battery. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Is that correct, Mr. Bayonetto?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me put that. And there no contest to both?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so, Ms. Hannawalt, can you stand at the podium just so we have better audio? Thank you. Because you're kind of soft-spoken, if I remember correctly. All right, so Ms. Hannawalt, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Ms. Hannawalt, you've heard the statement of your attorney and the prosecuting attorney. Is it your intention on file number 23-21232 FH to plead no contest to count 1 unlawful driving away of an automobile, motor vehicle? All right, and is it your intention on file number 24-21857 FH to plead no contest to an amended information with a count 2 of assault and battery, which carries a maximum penalty of up to 93 days in jail? And you understand the unlawful motor vehicle unlawful driving away carries a maximum penalty of up to 5 years in prison. All right, are you satisfied with Mr. Glazier as your attorney and the advice that he's given you? All right, now I'm gonna need you to speak up louder. My court reporter has to be able to hear you. So can you answer that again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Glazier, you can move the microphone forward maybe a little bit. Okay. Now, neither the prosecutor, the defendant, nor anyone on the defendant's behalf has discussed a possible sentence of the court. Is that correct, Mr. Glazier?
That's correct.
Is that correct, Mr. Bayonetto?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, is that correct as far as you're aware, Ms. Hannawalt?
Yes.
All right, speak loud too. Say it again.
Yes.
Okay, now ma'am, if a guilty plea is accepted, there will be no trial. This means that you will be giving up rights you would have had at a trial. I'm going to explain those rights to you now to make sure that you understand them. You have a right to a speedy public trial by jury. You may ask for a non-jury trial, and if the prosecutor and court agree, you can have a non-jury trial. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to have the prosecuting attorney prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, and you do not have to prove anything. You have the right to be present at trial and have witnesses against you appear at your trial and to ask those witnesses questions. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses you might have for your defense to appear at the trial. You have the right to remain silent during your trial and not to have your silence used against you. However, you also have the right to testify at your trial if you want to testify. Do you understand that if your plea is accepted, you may be giving up the right to appeal issues that would otherwise be appealable if you were convicted at trial? Do you understand that? Say it again loud.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, counsel, do you want access to the jury room to work it off? Might be a little bit. All right, you can come to my bailiff, he'll let you in back. All right, do you understand that if your plea is accepted, you may be giving up the right to appeal issues that would otherwise be appealable if you were convicted at trial? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, remember, speak loud, almost like you're yelling at me, okay? Do you understand that any appeal from the conviction and sentence pursuant to the plea will be by application for leave to appeal and not by right? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Good job. All right, do you have any questions about the rights that I've given to you?
No.
All right, and so your attorney's advised that you're going to be pleading no contest. So your answer would be no contest or not guilty. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so on file number 23-21232. Okay. Pulling the information. How do you plead to the charge that on or about November 5 of 2022, in the city of Adrian in the county of Lenawee, that you did commit the offense of motor vehicle unlawful driving away? No contest or not guilty?
No contest.
Okay, and then on file number 24-21857FH, how do you wish to plead to the charge that on or about March 2nd of 2023 in the city of Adrian in the county of Lenawee that you did commit the offense of assault and battery? No contest or not guilty?
No contest.
All right. Has anybody made any threats or promises to you to induce you to plead no contest to this charge?
No.
Do you understand if I accept this plea, these pleas, you will be giving up any and all claims that your plea is given as a result of promises or threats that were not disclosed to the court on the record during this hearing, or that it was not your own choice to enter the plea? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the prosecutor or defense counsel aware of any promises or threats or inducements other than the plea bargain to induce the defendant to plead no contest? Mr. Glazier?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Van Nettle?
Yeah.
Has your attorney promised you any particular sentence or estimated what your sentence will be in terms of probation, fines and costs, or incarceration?
Ma'am.
No? Okay. Is it your own choice to plead no contest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so who's putting my factual basis on the record? Mr. Glazier? Can we start with file number 23-21232FH, which is the unlawful driving away of a motor vehicle?
Yeah, Your Honor, we would stipulate that if the witnesses were called to the stand and testified in this matter, they would indicate the victim in this case, and I don't have his name for the record, but he was at I think the bowling alley downtown on College Avenue on November 5th of 2022. At that time, when he left the bowling alley, his car had been stolen and he had no idea where it was at. On that same date, at a later time, Miss Hannawalt was causing a disturbance at a friend's or a boyfriend's house. I'm not sure whether friend or boyfriend. But in fact, she eventually got charged with that, but he asked that those be dismissed. But when he looked out in his driveway, the car that had been stolen from the bowling alley was there in his driveway. And that all occurred here in Lenawee County, in the state of Michigan.
Okay, and it was shown that she had taken the car without permission?
Well, I think that's the assumption. It was shortly after it was taken, and I,
Your Honor,
I need something on the record that links her to the car.
She didn't, Your Honor, for the no contest plea, we would indicate that she had driven it there and she didn't have permission.
Your Honor, there's video from ZZ's that does.
Okay, so a videotape from ZZ's.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, showed that she took the car then. Okay. All right. Okay. Are you satisfied with that one or any additions, Mr. Van Nettle?
Your Honor, the only thing I would add is that that vehicle was a 2016 Chevy Malibu that belonged to Gabriel Villanueva. and he did not give Ms. Hannawalt permission to drive that car or take it.
All right, you got to speak up so my court reporter can hear you.
Your Honor, he did not give Ms. Hannawalt the authority to take that vehicle from ZZ's. So I think with that, the elements are satisfied.
Okay, so with regard to file number 23-21232 FH, based on the facts placed on the record and from the information contained in the police report and or video, the court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about November 5 of 2022 in the city of Adrian, in the county of Lenawee, that Ms. Hannawalt did take a vehicle, a 2016 red Chevy Malibu belonging to Mr. Villanueva, without permission, without the intent to steal, because she did return the car to his home. But the video does depict her getting in the vehicle and taking it without permission. And therefore the court accepts the plea. Has the court complied with MCR 6.302 BC and D on this file, Mr. Glazier?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Banetto?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's now move on to file number 24-21857FH. Mr. Glazier, that is the assault and battery charge. So could you place factual basis on the record?
Your Honor, we would again stipulate that if the witness, in this case Todd Bryant, was called to the stand, that he would indicate that on March 2nd of 2023, he and Ms. Hannawalt got into an argument.
Is it Adam Robinson?
That's the victim.
Adam Bryant, I thought it was Todd Bryant.
Todd Bryant's the witness.
Okay, that they got into an argument with Todd Bryant, Adam Robinson, and another individual, I guess. And during the course of that, she fended them off with a knife. And she's, for the no contest plea, understands that she is giving up any claim of self-defense.
Okay, and that would have been deemed assaultive or threatening behavior by.
And that was here in Lenawee County, City of Michigan.
City of Adrian. Okay.
Satisfying.
Okay. Has the court complied with MCR 6.302 BC and D, Mr. Glazier?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Banetto?
Yes.
All right. Well, based on the facts placed on the record and from the information contained in the police report, the court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that on March 2nd of 2023 in the city of Adrian in the county of Lenawee, that the defendant did commit the offense of assault and battery by brandishing a knife, which is a weapon, and making an assault upon Adam Robinson, or by brandishing the weapon did put him in fear of an assault. And I accept the plea. It's been given understandably, voluntarily, and accurately. She has full knowledge of her rights, and she does have competent counsel. This court has made no agreement regarding the possibility of a plea or possible sentence in this case with the prosecutor, the defense attorney, the defendant, or anyone acting in the interest of either of them. I'm going to refer this matter to the probation department for a pre-sentence investigation. Mr. Glazier, are you available September 13th at 8:30 or 8:15 in the morning?
Yes, sure.
I'll set sentencing for September 13 at 8:15 in the morning. Mr. Glazier, we have outstanding contempt of courts for her failing to appear as well. So I have, I will. So I have that, okay, not on this file. So she, if I could real quickly, let me see. So Ms. Hannawalt, we have two files. So we have 23-21232FH. She was placed on bond, and then she committed a new offense. What, are you here on Hannawalt?
I have her paperwork to get to her.
Oh, thank you so much.
If you're released, leave your office immediately. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, and then Ms. Walsh very kindly brought your paperwork in. So I'll get to that in a minute before we address, after we address bond. So Mr. Glazier, on 23-21232FH, she was released on bond, and then she had failed to appear for a contempt hearing and pretrial November 8th of 2023 or any time thereafter, and in fact committed a new offense, assaultive offense, while on bond. And then let me look here. We did appoint counsel on the contempt court. She also, did we ever enter an order on the forensic?
On the what?
Thought it was withdrawn. I thought it was
Okay.
withdrawn in.
I think Mr. Glazier, Mr. Malaro was on this file before.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think he was.
So there was a request for forensic and
Yeah, we withdrew that.
she failed to appear. Did we get an order withdrawing that?
I think so. I think they called and they asked for it. If not, if somebody reminds me.
I don't show an order in my file that the request for forensic was withdrawn. Obviously, I left my ringtone on.
I'll send one over, Your Honor, if we don't have one already.
Could I get an order that you made a verbal motion to withdraw?
Yep.
The request for forensic? Okay, so then she did get fingerprinted at the jail, right? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so I do have the contempt of court for failure to appear, and now she's committed another offense while on probation or while on bond. Oh, she had Mr. Goldstein way in the beginning, and then, so you can address that.
Your Honor, we addressed bond, I think the last time we were here some 40 days ago, and you wouldn't give her a PR bond because of the contempt of courts. She's going to plead to those contempt of courts. She can do it today or she can do it at the sentencing. She's now convicted, Your Honor. I don't believe she has anything on her record. I don't have her file here with me, except for an OUIL. How long ago?
I was like 27, it was in 1998.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, it was in 1998. I was 27 years old.
Okay.
I have nothing else.
All right, Mr. Banetto, position on bond.
Your Honor,
Obviously, if she fails to appear now, she'll be facing absconding.
that is true, Your Honor. There's already been multiple failures to appear, so I would leave it Your Honor's discretion. I do have concerns that she will fail to appear for
You
sentencing.
gotta speak up. You trail off at the end and Mindy has to be able to hear you.
Do have concerns she's going to fail to appear at sentencing, given the multiple failures to appear, but would leave it in Your Honor's discretion.
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to add, Your Honor, she's got a daughter. Why don't you tell the judge about that?
Yeah, my daughter's 22. She's had 3 heart ablations. She's right now, she's 9 months pregnant. She had an emergency ultrasound yesterday. The baby's breech. She has a C-section date for the 8th, but they're anticipating an early C-section as we speak. She's waiting. I've never ever not been there for my children. My daughter needs me, as they need her as well. I'm a family person.
Okay, you're kind of breaking up and my court reporter can't hear you. All right, so Ms. Hannawalt, you need to listen to me. If I let you out today and you don't show up for sentencing, you will be serving a year or more. Do you understand that?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
potentially could go to prison. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you do not show up for sentencing and you do not show up for your pre-sentence report, the people, this is like your 3rd strike, they will be charging you with an absconding, which stacks. Do you understand that?
I do.
And then you will miss a lot of family events.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about that?
I do not.
All right, so I am going to give you a PR bond on both of these files. Now, Ms. Hannawalt, you're under oath. You understand that on the contempt of court, the maximum penalty can be up to 93 days in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that you have a right to have a hearing on the contempt of court. Do you understand that?
I do.
Now, do you understand the allegation is that you failed to appear for your contempt of court hearing in pretrial November 8th of 2023 and a pretrial on July 26th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what I mean. Do you understand? If you don't show up and do what you're supposed to do, you are going to sit in jail.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Because I don't like when people don't follow my orders.
The 45 days.
Okay, say yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ma'am, you were, and you have your same rights. I've gone through your rights with you. So there was a contempt of court hearing and a pretrial that was set for November 8th of 2023. Is that correct?
I believe.
And you didn't show up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then there was your original pretrial that was set on July 26th of 2023, and you failed to appear for that one as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew you were supposed to appear and you chose not to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I accept the plea. It's been given understandably, voluntarily, and accurately. The defendant has full knowledge of her rights. She does have competent counsel. All right, I'm going to set this for sentencing on September 13th on all of these at 8:15 in the morning. I want you to be in person, Ms. Hannah. You understand?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
You're gonna get jail paperwork and it'll have the date of sentencing on it. Make sure you don't lose that.
I will not.
You're gonna need to report to Ms. whoever at the probation department. She's gonna give you the packet now. Is there something else on her? About?
No, I'm gonna get an address.
Oh, okay. So you need to report, you need to fill out the packet she gave you. You're gonna have to report to probation. Do you want her to come in today after she gets out of jail?
No. What is,
Today's Wednesday. Tuesday is August 6th.
what is next Thursday?
Next Thursday is August 8th.
August 8th?
Already.
Jeez, Louise.
School starts like a week after that.
Okay, that's when you're gonna come in.
Michigan starts playing football.
Michigan State, you said? Was that Michigan State, Mr. Glazier?
They might, but I wouldn't watch them unless they're playing.
Oh, you like that junior college in Ann Arbor? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. So next Thursday, Ms. Walsh?
Yep.
What day is that? The day?
Thursday, August 8th. So not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow. You need to be on the 3rd floor of the courthouse at the probation department, 8 a.m.
Yeah, and I wrote it on your paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if you don't appear, Ms. Walsh is gonna come over and tell me I'm gonna issue a bench warrant for you. Got it?
I will be there.
All right. And then when you meet with them, you're gonna have to come back and meet with them. They're gonna interview you. Make sure you fill out your packet and bring it with you. Be truthful with them about your background, the events that occurred. They'll prepare a pre-sentence report. You're gonna need to call Mr. Glazier about a week and a half before sentencing to review the PSI with him. All right, and that sentencing is going to be in person, so you're gonna have to,
I'm gonna give it to you right now.
you have to come in person for sentencing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we'll see you back on that day on all of that. Anything else we need to address, Mr. Bayonetto?
No, Your Honor.
I just wanted to place on the record that I'm handing her my business card. On the back, I've written Judge Anzalone's court, 9/13/24 at 8:15 on the 3rd floor. So you got it in writing.
Yes,
You
sir.
understand that?
Yes.
We're on the side, it says you gotta go to the probation office on August 8th.
Yes.
And so you understand you
I do.
have to do both
I
of
will
those
do
things.
that.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Animal, thank you. Mr. Glazier, thank you. Go green.
508.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Go
That's all.
Go green, Mr. Glazier.
It's not mine. Oh, go green. I thought you said Phil.
930.
No, I've never spoken.
Can I get a go white, go green, go white, somebody?
This is
Thursday morning,
terrible.
my own.
All right, so Miss Underwood, we're back on Miss Turner.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Miss Heiss and Miss Thomas, bear with me, I'm almost done, I'm almost there. All right, so we're back on the record with Miss Turner. So Miss Underwood, how do you, well, hold on. Mr. Murphy, are you still with me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me stay there for 1 second. Mr. Murphy, do you know where Ricky McLean is?
I do not, Your Honor. We've tried to reach him, but
Oh,
had.
I'm sorry, Mr. McLean is in the courtroom. Were you gonna pop over to talk to him or do you not need to?
We could address it on the record. I don't think I need to speak with him.
All right, Rhonda, could you two sit for just a second and then let me take care of Mr. McLean? Mr. McLean, come on up to the podium. Yep, you're just gonna, yep, come right up here and stand at that podium. All right, thank you. So this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Ricky Jean McLean. File number 24-21850FH. This is the date and time set for a pretrial conference. I have Matthew Murphy appearing on behalf of Mr. McLean, and I have Amanda Wagner appearing on behalf of the people. This is the date and time, as I said, this is the first pretrial. I do have fingerprints. So Mr. Murphy, how do you wish to proceed today?
Your Honor, because this is the first pretrial, we're going to ask for an adjournment for another pretrial. There's an issue here with trying to acquire the security videos from Miller's Restaurant. We've tried with our investigator to no avail. I know that the prosecution, Mrs. Wagner said they just sent another request to the Millers for them. So hopefully, one more adjournment is all that's necessary to get that figured out.
Okay.
Go for it
So
from there.
Ms. Adams, could I get a notice of hearing for September 18th at 8:30 in the morning? All right, so Mr. McLean, I'm gonna adjourn this to September 18th at 8:30 in the morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Murphy, Mr. McLean's in person, so we will do the notice of hearing so that way we can serve him.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yep, and hold on. All right, so Mr. McLean, have a seat right there at the end of that bench. Yep, and we'll get you a notice, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, all right, so.
Mr.
Ms.
McLean, I'll give
Turner?
you a call later today, okay?
Pardon?
I'll give you a
He's
call
gonna
later
call you.
today.
He's gonna call you today. Okay, so Ms. Turner, all right, back to Ms. Turner. So Ms. Underwood, now I think have just all your cases. So Ms. Turner and Ms. Underwood, how do you wish to proceed today?
Your Honor, we would ask for one more pretrial in this matter.
Okay.
I see you're working on the 11th or the 18th.
I'm on the 18th now. All right. So Ms. Adams, I'm so sorry. I have Ms. Turner in person too, so I'm gonna set her for September 18th. Thank you. So we'll get the notice of hearing for you, because she's in person. You're all set, Mr. McLean, you can go, and I'm gonna set this over to September 18th at 8:30 in the morning. Have a seat right behind you guys on the bench, and Ms. Turner will get you a notice of hearing, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can I ask, do we have Mr. Guida on the schedule?
Hold on, let me see. I think all I have left is you. So I have Mr. Guida, yes.
Your Honor, I see in the file that he was, looks like supposed to take a forensic this week. I don't know if that happened. I haven't heard
Your
that
Honor,
it did.
I believe that Mr. Guida failed to appear at the last pretrial as well, and a bench warrant was not issued that time. So we would ask that a bench warrant be issued today if he's not appeared.
All right, so we were last here on June 5 at 8:30 in the morning. And it was adjourned to today. And it was Mr. Malaro, and I don't.
It's his case, Your Honor.
And he's failed to appear. So, and he failed to appear for the last one. So I am going to issue a bench warrant for his arrest.
I would ask for the 48
We are
hours.
required to, it's mandatory that we have to wait 48 hours.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll issue a bench warrant for his arrest. And I will set bond in the amount of 25,000 cash as surety. And if you hear from him, let us know. All right, don't go anywhere. Are you gonna go Zoom now? Because I got to pick up.
That's what I was gonna do, Your
So
Honor.
ma'am, what are you here for?
I'm my daughter's.
Oh, okay.
It's just,
Okay, just a minute.
yeah, she's.
All right, so Miss Adams, can I give you files?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Sorry for running you. All right, so let me grab the pickups. You're gonna go log on now, right? All right, so Ms. Trammell, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, this is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Tora Nicole Trammell, file number 23-21467FH. I have a motion affidavit and bench warrant that was filed yesterday. The allegations are asking that Ms. Trammell be held in contempt because the Michigan State Police arrested the defendant on July 29th of 2024, I believe at 10 p.m. And the allegation is that there was methamphetamine located in the vehicle that Ms. Trammell was driving. So Ms. Trammell, the contempt, have you been arraigned in district court yet?
No. And Your Honor, it was not mine. I had no idea it was there. I am clean. I have been doing.
I didn't ask you that question. I asked you if you'd been arraigned. You answered no. Thank you very much. So, Ms. Tramo, do you understand a contempt of court could carry up to 93 days in jail as well as up to a $7,500 fine?
Yeah.
Ms. Tramo, you're currently on bond right now for possession of methamphetamine charge, and we've been dancing with you for quite a bit. We have prior violation of bond conditions. On July 15th, one was filed for a screen of testing positive for methamphetamine. On July 12th of 2024, leaving without providing a swab, enough saliva for a swab. On July 12th, Mr. Coase provided a letter that you missed nine tests and you tested positive for meth on Friday. That's the same one. And then you are set for sentencing on August 8th. So, Ms. Tramo, your attorney is Mr. Malaro. Mr. Malaro is out of town at this time, or I mean, not available today. I do have Ms. Underwood here from the Public Defender's Office. Would you like an attorney appointed on the contempt of court?
Yes, please.
All right, Ms. Underwood, are you logged in?
Logged in, Your Honor. Yes, I'm logged in.
Okay. Okay, and so I'm going to open a breakout room. Miss Underwood, again, I don't know if you heard, but she does have sentencing on August 8th. Mr. Coase, did we drug test her today? She was arrested yesterday?
Judge, yeah, we could test her today. That's fine.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna order that she be drug tested today. So I'm going to open up a breakout room, and Miss Trammell and Miss Underwood, I will put you in that breakout room together. Hold on one second.
Judge, I can drug test her if we could take a quick break for me to do that.
She's at the jail. Are you willing to do that?
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, she's over at the jail.
Okay.
I don't know who does it at the jail. Okay, so Lenaway, jail Zoom, and Miss Underwood. Where you at, Rhonda? There you are. Okay, go ahead and join that breakout room.
Judge, I'm going to go ahead and head over to the jail. I'll log back in about 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's a fun
I know. Yep. I just brought it back in because it was in my waiting room. No, you're not allowed to. I'm sorry, you're not part of the file. All right, I have somebody on a Samsung device. I'm sending you a request to unmute your device.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have my grandson here, and I'm trying to keep him from.
No, it's okay. Can you tell me your name again?
My name is Amanda DeHart.
All right, let me change your screen name. And is it D small e capital H?
Nope, just like Victoria's, it's DEHART.
Okay, no capital H. Okay. No. DEHART.
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm gonna put you in the waiting room. What case are you here on?
Victoria DeHart.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have somebody who's logged in as their device says Wing Tech. Can I ask your name?
Leona DeHart.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna change your screen name and then I'm gonna put you in the waiting room. It'll be a few minutes, okay?
Alrighty, thank you.
All right, Miss Underwood, let me bring Miss Trammell back. All right, so we're back on the record with people of the state of Michigan versus Tora Trammell. Miss Trammell, I just want you to know that I believe it's your mother is present in the courtroom, and she did ask to speak. We're not allowed to let parties that are not involved in the case speak unless it's like a sentencing. So I will, and that's only for victims. So she's not able, and I'm not being mean, but she's not able to speak on the record. Okay, Miss Underwood, have you spoke to Miss Trammell?
I have, Your Honor. We, at this time, would ask the court to enter a not guilty plea on Ms. Trammell's behalf. Your Honor, this sounds like it may be a situation that is seriously mistaken. Ms. Trammell welcomes a drug test today, Your Honor. And you said her sentencing is on the 8th?
Oh, yeah, August 8th.
August 8th. We would ask, Your Honor, for a PR bond with testing requirements and that this be adjourned to August 8th.
All right, I will enter a plea of not guilty on behalf of Ms. Trammell. Ms. Trammell, I am not going to release you on a PR bond. So let me explain something to you. I have a lot of people who are dealing with substance abuse issues. I have a recovery court that I work with. Ms. Wagner works with my recovery court because we realize addiction is an illness and many other things, and we work really hard to help people. Ms. Trammell, people who are actively sober do not have positives, do not have methamphetamine in their car, whether it's theirs or not. So no, I'm not releasing you from jail. So we will keep you in jail pending sentencing, and we will see you back on August 8th.
You're not
For
doing
sentencing.
any kind of bond?
No. Well, yeah, I'll set a 25,000 cash bond, which is what it already is. So we'll see you back on August 8th for sentencing, ma'am. Thank you.
You're gonna drug test me today, right?
Yeah, they're gonna drug test you, but I'm still not releasing you. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right.
Runaway County Jail, Middle Florida.
So this is Judge Anzalone again.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. So I did get to see Miss Trammell,
Okay,
but you're all set, Miss Trammell, but I still need to see Ernest Conway, Joshua Rowley, Anthony Marceli,
Marcel,
and
maybe.
maybe, and Rachel Chauvin.
Yes, ma'am, that's why I recorded.
Yep, and nobody's, I had two jail windows, I have two jail windows open. One on, I don't know, I have jail room 2.
I'd like to say they did log you on to the one downstairs. Once I get, so Miss Trammell.
Yeah, I have jail Zoom 2 and I have Lenawee jail room, which I think looks like
That would
it's
be the
downstairs, but
Downstairs.
they've never put anybody in it.
So they're waiting for Trammell to let me, everyone else is downstairs. I'm gonna
Okay.
have them start with Mr. Conway and work our way down that list you just gave me.
All right, thank
All right,
you.
ma'am?
Thanks.
Of course.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Did we do anything for Madison Steinwedo?
Who? Guido?
Madison Steinwedo, page 6.
Okay, so Madison, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Madison Lynn Steinweddle, file number 24-21814 FH, that was adjourned to August 14th.
Okay.
We didn't go on the record.
Oh, okay, good.
They
And-
adjourned it before we came in. And then in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jonathan Burgeon, File number 24-21877 FH, they waived arraignment. The matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Joshua Burke, file number 24-21878 FH, they waived arraignment. And then also on file number 24-21879 and 21880. And then, yeah,
Richardson.
Richardson was a bench conference only.
Okay.
But we did, you might want to let his PO know that we moved his sentencing to, Becky, was it August 6th at 8 a.m.?
I'm sorry, Judge, what case?
Didn't Austin Richardson, we moved his sentencing to August 6th at 8 a.m.?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
then Judge Olsaver's docket. He had the matter of people of the state of Michigan versus Taylor Lee Cately, Cately, file number 24-21883 FH. That arraignment was waived. Let's see, in the matter of people of the state of Michigan versus Lewis Madrid, file number 24-21882 FH. Arraignment was waived on that file. The matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Anthony Reese, file number 24-21887 FH, arraignment was waived. In the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Davian Scott Ryan, file number 24-21881 FH, arraignment was waived on that file as well. So
Just the pickups.
that's pickups. Just pickups now.
Thank you.
Judge, I don't think you need me for anything that's left, do you?
No.
Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you. Nastasia? What are you here for?
Yes, Judge. We were just going to get on the record for the Lovett matter to do the adjournment on the record. We achieved alternate service on Mom, and I wanted to ensure we avoided any further service issues.
So I only have you and Miss Heiss here. And I
Ariel's
don't have it
not
on my docket.
Also set for 1 o'clock this afternoon, Nastasha. I wonder if that's when Ariel was going to come in. My calendar said both times. Okay, we'll work it out with Becky and come back. Is anybody else here on Lovett? Do you know, Judge?
I have some DeHarts in my waiting room, but I don't know what they're here for. I think they're
here on our matter.
Oh, they're here on something else.
Okay. No other Lovetts then. Okay. And no Green?
No Rachel Green.
Okay.
No.
We'll go work it out.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
This is
Okay. Sorry, we had a lot of pickups today and only one judge, so I'm sorry, you guys. It's been a day.
Judge, I forgot to tell you, Miss Ladd was clean on her drug screen.
Samantha Ladd was?
Yes.
Good. Good, good, good. All right. Ms. Underwood, thank you for your patience today.
Feels like it's not gonna end.
I know. It's Harry Potter's birthday, though.
Isn't it?
Shut up. Yeah, it is.
I love Harry Potter. Your Honor, I know I shouldn't admit this.
If you tell me you've never watched a movie or read the book, I may question our relationship.
I have not done either to any of them. I realize
My daughter was, when my daughter was little, we had to have a birthday party for him every year.
I realize this is like a major problem.
Now, if you tell me you've never seen the Hobbit movies or Lord of the Rings, I'll be even sadder.
No.
Oh, Rhonda, your life is. I'm so sad for you, Rhonda.
By the time, well, I may have read Tolkien. Yeah, I may have done that. But by the time Harry Potter came out, I was just old and too damn busy.
I was old.
Not as old as me.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not as old as you, but I think I was like
agreeing with
you're
that.
welcome.
But
I was in my 30s. All right, I'm gonna take this file back to Becky. I'll be right back.
We have time. Judge.
Yeah, you guys.
Thank you.
Underwood. You gonna be my lawyer?
I believe so. But don't say anything because we're on Zoom and the judge will be in just a minute. Okay?
Thank you.
But yeah, because we want to get started as soon as possible. So hang on a few minutes.
Courtroom report by myself.
It's pretty full earlier.
Yeah. Hopefully your days go quick.
Pardon me?
So hopefully your day goes quick.
It has gone pretty quick this morning.
Well, that's good, that's perfect, that's all I need.
All right.
All right, who do I have at the jail, please?
Ernest Conway.
All right, hold on, Mr. Conway. Let me grab your file. There we go. Okay, this is in the matter of Denise Houtaker, Houttekier versus Ernest Lee Conway, file number 24-51649PH. So, Mr. Conway, there was a complaint for violation of bond conditions. And we did a motion, let's see. We had a show cause, and let's see here. You appeared for the show cause, and I don't have Mr. Coast back yet. So you were appointed counsel, and we released you on a PR bond. And you were to report to Mr. Coast, who is our pretrial services coordinator. And then, let me see here, you acknowledge that it was set for hearing on, find it, July 3rd. Yep, so it was adjourned to July 3rd. And the paperwork and notice was given to you from the jail. And the allegation is that you failed to appear for the show cause hearing on July 3rd. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I was.
Hold on a second, hold on. So Mr. Conway, we have two things. We have the alleged violation of the PPO, and then we have a show cause for failure to appear. Do you understand that, Mr. Conway?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Conway, you were already appointed counsel, and I have counsel here today. So you've already received a court-appointed attorney. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room, and you can talk to Miss Underwood about this, okay?
Yes, yes, sure.
All right. So let me open that breakout room. Go ahead and click on join. I think I just have, I don't know when they're bringing them to me, but I have Josh Rowley and Owens.
Try to connect, we lost our connection over there. So I'll try to connect again, if not, I'll be back over here.
What do you mean you lost your connection? Don't you, wait, oh shoot, I just did something. Don't you have our internet?
No, it's our, or it's the state.
Oh, all right, Mr. Hartz, I just want to let you know I haven't forgot about you, and we'll bring you in shortly, all right?
Are you talking? I'm just, okay.
Okay.
That's my mom, I'm sorry.
All right, so the lady on the iPhone, what's your name, please?
Tamara Hunt.
Okay, so I'm gonna change your screen name, Miss Hunt. We're still finishing up our criminal docket. So when we get done with that, we start the next one, we'll bring you in, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, so Ms. Underwood, I'm gonna close that breakout room. All right, so Ms. Underwood, I believe you were previously appointed to represent Mr. Conway. And have you had a chance to speak with Mr. Conway?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
We would ask the
How do you
court
want?
to enter a not guilty plea on Mr. Conway's behalf. Mr. Conway, apparently, Your Honor, was incarcerated in Detroit on a probation violation up there. When this hearing was scheduled, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I don't believe.
Can I hold on one second? Mr. Conway, are you on felony probation in Wayne County?
Yeah, I got my third drink and driving.
I can't hear you. You gotta, and it's not your fault, it's the room. Scoot forward a little bit and say that louder for me.
Yeah, I'm on felony probation. It was my third drinking and driving.
Okay, Ms. Walsh, can you verify his probation and if he received a jail term? Are you able to do that?
Yes.
His name is Ernest Lee Conway. And what's your date of birth, Mr. Conway? Is it 3/19/82?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He said he had a probation violation, went to jail. I just didn't know if you were able to see that.
Let me check. So there was a warrant issued on 7/11/24. So I'm not sure what he's.
It doesn't tell you if he got sentenced?
No, he hasn't been sentenced. He must have just gotten picked up.
No, but it was the probation violation.
I can't hear you, Mr. Conway. Mr. Conway, speak loud for me.
The probation violation was dismissed with prejudice.
Okay, so he was picked up on July 11th then?
No, warrant was signed on July 11th. In Detroit.
So Mr. Conway, you weren't in jail on July 3rd?
You said July 11th?
No. July 3rd is when you failed to appear, and we don't show that you were in jail on July 3rd.
No, she said the warrant was signed, but I was in they picked me up from here. They picked me up from Adrian.
Oh, they picked you up from Adrian on what day? Call this.
I'm thinking
let me just call dispatch. Hold on let me call booking real quick and let me ask. That way, if that all works out, we can dismiss the contempt of court.
He had a violation.
He did?
On June 28th. And after that, he failed to report or make himself available for probation, and therefore he was an absconder, and a warrant was issued on 7/11.
Okay.
Booking Gilbert.
Hey, this is Judge Anselm. I wonder if you could look something up for me.
Yeah, let me just finish this real quick. Okay, what do you need looked up?
All right, so Ernest Lee Conway, he's in jail right now. I'm seeing him right now. He was back in jail on, looks like it was around June 7th. And did Wayne County pick him up? You able to see that?
Yeah, hold on. Just gotta go into a different part of the computer. Yeah, he went to Wayne County
Do you know when they picked him up?
on June 8th.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Bye.
So, Ms. Underwood, I think the problem is he might have got picked up and he might have got transferred, but he never came back to us. So how did he end up in jail today?
Your Honor, I don't know that he ever knew he should.
Well, we gave him notice. His jail paperwork on the record told me he had to be here.
Got stranded in Detroit because when they took me there,
I can't hear you, Mr. Conway. I'm so sorry. That room has really bad audio.
I apologize. I got stranded in Detroit. I didn't have no ride to get even back to Adrian. I just recently got back. As soon as I got back, I got arrested.
All right.
This is
So,
an
Ms. Underwood,
ongoing issue.
all right, and now there's an active warrant for Wayne County. Ms. Walsh?
Yes, it's because he absconded. He never reported back here. Like we were supervising for Wayne County. He never came back to report upon his release from Wayne County. So now there's an active warrant because he absconded.
All right, and Wayne County will pick up from here, right?
Yes.
Probably.
Miss Underwood, do you want to
Not
talk
sure.
to him and take care of this?
I'm sorry.
Miss Underwood, we've got a violation of the PPO for being in the house. Did we adjourn it because there were charges?
I'm not aware of charges. Are there charges, Ernest?
No, there was no charges. And as far as I was told.
Hold on, Mr. Conway, hold on. Miss Underwood, the allegation he was in her house or in contact with a protected party. I gave him a PR bond. It doesn't allege any assaultive behavior or anything, just that he was in contact and failure to appear. Wayne County's got a holder on him. Do you want to just take care of this today and talk to him for a quick minute?
Okay. Yeah, can I talk to him for a few minutes?
Yeah, and that way we can send him to Detroit and we don't have to worry about him coming back, having to come back. All right, so go ahead and join that breakout room again. Miss Hanson Grimes, are you and Mr. Hotchkiss working together? I was talking to her.
Yeah, go her statement. We're actively trying to do something. If not, we understand that the court's kind of time's got to wait.
We got a ton of pickups last night.
Yeah, that's what Ms. Underwood said. So if we need to find a different date, we're more than happy to do
But
that.
keep working.
Okay.
All right. Let me bring him back, Miss Underwood.
Yes.
All right, so we're back on the record, Miss Underwood. What do you want to do today?
Mr. Conway is going to plead guilty today, Your Honor. I would hope the court would consider dismissing the contempt. I think it's a vicious cycle we get into where he's let out of jail in Detroit and has no way back here, and now has another warrant because he didn't get back here and report. I think in some respects it's chasing our tail, but Mr. Conway will plead guilty to the violation, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Conway, I'm gonna need you to yell at me. It's the only time you're ever gonna be allowed to yell at a judge, but I need you to speak really loud. So raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good. Mr. Conway, go ahead and put your hands down. So do you understand that we're here today on a contempt of court for violation of a PPO, which alleges that on June 6th of 2024 at 20:45 hours, you were in physical contact with Denise Hudaker. Do you understand that's the allegation against you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the maximum penalty for violation of a PPO is up to 93 days in jail and or a $500 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you've had ample time to speak with Ms. Underwood this morning. Are you satisfied with her as your attorney and the advice that she's given you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that you have a right to contest this violation of the PPO and to have a trial on it? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that throughout the trial, you would be presumed innocent until your guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to have all the witnesses against you appear at your trial, to have your lawyer ask those witnesses questions, or you may ask them yourself, and to have me order any witnesses you might have to appear at that trial. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
On the other hand, do you understand that you have a right to testify at your trial if you want to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How do you plead to the charge that you violated the personal protection order by being in physical contact with Denise Hudaker in violation of the personal protection order? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
All right. So, Mr. Conway, there was a personal protection order sought by Ms. Hudaker, and that was signed by this court, and you were served a copy of that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, on June 6th of 2024, the police were called, and I do have a police report that states that the police officers contacted her at her apartment. She was in bed. You were in the apartment, and you guys were arguing. They asked you to leave, and you left. So would you agree that you were in contact with her in violation of the PPO?
I would agree to that part, but we wasn't.
Yeah, and you were just trying to move all your personal property out, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, and then Mr. Conway, you were ordered to appear back here on the show cause back on July 3rd, and you didn't appear. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I accept the plea. It's been given understandably, voluntarily, and accurately. He has full knowledge of his rights. He does have competent counsel. Ms. Underwood, is there anything you want to say on behalf of Mr. Conway?
Your Honor, I think a minimal, absolutely minimal fine is indicated in this case if the court has to issue a fine. I think Mr. Conway, this was a situation that obviously he regrets, but I don't think Mr. Conway paying a fine with as many other responsibilities as he has, Your Honor, really serves the purpose of the taxpayer.
Okay, Mr. Conway, anything you want to say on your own behalf?
Yes, I just wanted to let you know, Your Honor, I appreciate you guys for giving me a chance, and I was misled. I was told by her that she had dropped them charges, and that's the only way that I went up with it.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. So it's sent to the court that you'll serve 3 days in the Lenawee County Jail. We'll give you credit for time served. Mr. Conway, your bigger issue is you're on probation and paper. So you'll be transferred to Detroit. You need to start taking care of this stuff. You're an adult now, okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So 3 days in jail, and I'll give you credit for, I think he's got 3 days credit, but I'll give you credit for 3 days. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And you tell him I'm ready for the next person.
Okay.
I bet the jail's serving lunch now, Rhonda, so. Rhonda Underwood, you're here so much, even on YouTube, people are saying good morning to you.
We are on YouTube currently, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well,
Do you guys have anything to put on the record or just get a date?
I will check with him to see if he decided to accept my proposal.
Yeah, if you have an agreement, we can put it on the record. If not, it's crazy. Crazy docket. I swear, I think we need another judge, Rhonda. All right.
I understand it. I'll just send you the invoice for my gas for my truck and we'll be fine.
Is it a big truck?
It is a big truck. Just so happens.
Got to use that for hunting all those big animals stuffed all over your office, right? Mr. Coast is, do you guys have something on the record or we're just gonna get a date?
I actually intended, I don't step your toes, I apologize. I had intended to speak with you, I think, because we're relatively close, I think.
Okay.
But
So
we need to be date, we can do that.
So why don't you go on back and when they're in a breakout room, I'll scoot back and talk to you. All right. So Mr. Coast, how was your trip to the jail?
Fantastic, Judge. We did do a drug screen on her and she was negative.
Good. Is it my understanding my judicial attorney also traveled with you?
She was kind enough to actually do the test for me.
Really? All right. Interesting. All right. I don't know what's going on with the job. Miss Underwood is judge. Are there district court judges here today? This is Judge Anselone again. I have two jail Zooms open. Do I need to close one of them? I have the one in district court, which has really bad audio. And then I have jail Zoom 2. I know I've got like 4 or 5 more people to see. I didn't know if they were using both rooms.
I'll have the one that we're not using get shut down, Judge, so that way we only have the one open for you, easier to keep track.
Okay. Okay. So jail Zoom 2, I can shut down.
I do believe that'd be the one you're good to shut down, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Bye.
Bye.
I was hoping it would save me. Sorry, Michelle. Becky, will you let me know when someone pops in from the jail?
Okay.
I'm gonna go in the jury room.
Stop your hands, I'm gonna jump up real quick.
Huh?
So don't stop your judge hands, I'm gonna jump up real quick.
No, no. A little different.
I think he's rushing the record a bit, but I just,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
yeah, you're fine.
Goodness gracious.
They're gonna be talking a little bit, yeah.
We'll be back to probably for a little bit yet. Nobody's back here from jail, so that's some time.
Gonna miss it at all.
All right.
You can sit down. All right. Thank you. All right. Rhonda, what do you have this afternoon?
An overnight, you're not coming back, you're not gonna have any contact.
Yes.
Rhonda,
What?
I'm gonna ask my.
what do you have this afternoon?
Oh, I have 1 o'clock court.
Point is my client's license is fully restored, as of Friday.
I'm probably
All
gonna
right.
be done by 2.
So I'm gonna release you and I'll arraign these people. They may not ask for an attorney or not. I don't know. All right. And if I need you, I'll send it over to whenever. Okay.
Okay. I
right.
can live with that.
Okay. Thanks, Rhonda.
Thanks.
So right before Christmas. Yeah, every 3 months.
Oh, Joe, I want him at 1:30.
Pardon me?
Since all the cookie crumbles, right?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
the way it goes. Everybody's so short. They're short at the jail. It's lunchtime. And it's
What time is it right now?
it's 10.
We're still on YouTube, so.
Michelle and Jeff, I apologize. We're gonna bring them back at 2:00. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Becky, are you there?
Okay.
Yes, Jen.
Are we doing pickups or no?
We're gonna do them at 2:00.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Yep, you're welcome.
I was like, it disappeared for a second. I was like, where'd it go? Yeah.
Magic trick.
Yeah. I didn't want to walk through it. Yeah. I just, but I didn't think you were supposed to be. Okay. I'm a rule follower. I didn't. So she. Yes.
Two things that I just wanted to make sure you clear on this.
Will you just kind of yell or something, let me know when you're ready?
Yep, that's no problem. Okay, that's the second question. And if there is any deviation from whatever. Track it. Or James said. I mean, I'm thinking of things that if there is a legitimate reason for you ordering that content, I mean, reasonable, very reasonable.
Only thing is, James says that should be going to.
I agree.
That's all he said. James.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what we're talking about, like, if she comes up for, that's not like you talking about a house or something.
So James.
Action for time.
Yeah, no, that's all. Only concern James that is, I foresee in winter, the stuff or something stupid. I want to go and do and feel like, oh, I can't contact them, I'm 30 minutes late.
Oh, God, no, I understand that.
I think.
So this is it, so with James and time, that's it, that's perfect.
In time is really concerning. That's all.
That's
So it's
perfect.
only concerning James is reasonable communication constraint.
Okay.
Because I see that.
Yes.
So I think that's very.
Perfect, I love it.
No, that's reasonable. And then now it's just.
McDonald's.
Yeah, that's the one that was previously. So, and then we have, for Sunday, we've got, or the third weekend falls on a holiday, but
In there.
and that. It would be. And. Nothing else.
I don't have on there, I don't like the round campers very much, you know, let me spread it out there, it's weird.
Just so that I'm clear, so I want
I mean, I'll put this on, pictures of my son on Facebook. That's it. That's my son.
I know.
I don't post weird pictures of the other people, it's weird, it's illegal. Can't post pictures without, like, agreeing with that.
I get that. I do understand.
It's against the law.
My concern is there is that grandchild.
I don't know why they got those pictures.
But I mean, that was.
I know, I know, it's another grandson, it's like grandson, pictures don't mean your relationship with grandson. You just spend time, you just spend time. And they didn't tell me, the whole photo shoot, no one took pictures of them kissing Jason. That was attacked.
I agree.
That's fine.
If it was, I mean, I don't want to go there on, if it's a tricky suit. I mean, I don't want to go hit it, but I do agree that the commentary should be disparaged to your parent. But I agree. That's a fair thought, so.
Okay.
And that's why.
Yes, I will lay out that it is September, December. And that it basically an objection from the meetings Friday. So.
I told them.
Actually, at least that's when I'm ready to push to that, that's the first. I mean, it's weird, you don't do that, my poor son didn't know to say, it was so horrible, he says, Mom, you took pictures of me, I said, no, I don't know, it'd be really kind. Just somebody told me not to tell me. That's wrong. I think it's a little boy, and that's not wrong. It's horrible after that.
I would just say.
It's just weird. And she was also. That's weird. I don't think it's not, it's his money, that how much he had in prison.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, let their judgment. And then I'll draft the letter.
That's fine, and I'll advise them of, the pickup location. That was the question I was going to ask you, and then the communication very clear about that, but that's.
John's have to love it. He loves your dogs. There you go.
And then, I mean, basically, the communication.
It's gonna be, yeah, I know, it's gonna be.
Well, that's what I was thinking of, how.
So about, specifically related to.
Showing up and.
Or logistics.
Or medical reasons.
Medical reasons,
Right?
yeah.
So medical pickup and medical and the time of pickup and drop. So yeah, so just somebody like, all right, go away.
Only urgent situations.
Okay.
Whatever.
That's exactly.
Because I don't want to prevent you or me in a position where you're on 10 minutes late because some shit happens. 5 minutes like.
Oh, yeah. I just shouldn't say it's like, I was on time, but I don't care.
No, that's not.
It's horrible. I don't know. Well, my house came under, I said that's a bit of. It's horrible.
If you.
Or the daughter.
Yeah, that's.
That's okay. Anybody in their family, I'd like to leave you alone, I'd like to live our lives. Yeah. I live in San Diego, people together, but it's.
No, I agree. And my true hope is that, 6 months down. Much more. It's much more. I know, but my hope is.
I do, let's hope God is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
So we're good to go? Yeah, give me just a second, yes, we should be good to go.
It was horrible the rest of the day. That's amazing. Yeah, no, it did not. That's-
Just know that door doesn't open. Oh, yeah, we can actually probably go grab the first.
Are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right.
Ready?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, everybody sit down. So I'm gonna release these witnesses. Can I do that?
Yes. Yeah.
They've been a couple hours. All right, so I have a device that says Wayne Tech, Amanda DeHart, and Leona DeHart. You are all set, so I'm going to release you. And thank you for your patience today, okay?
The wing tech device, we don't know that individual.
I've never met that person.
All right, I have this
Yes,
guy.
thank you.
All right, I have a gentleman sitting under a ceiling fan. What is your name?
My name is Alicio, and I had to get home because I'm waiting on my son to get home. So this is the number they gave me to call you or to.
All right. Mr. Gueda, all right. Just bear with me for a minute, okay?
I am so sorry.
Okay. Nope, you just kind of, hold on, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room and I'll be right back to you. I let you in previously and I wasn't able to get a response as to who you were, so. All right, so we are on the record in the matter of, all right, so this is in the matter of Tyler Jacob Hubble and Cynthia Hubble versus Victoria Marie DeHart, file number 22-50190 DC. I have Matthew Hotchkiss appearing on behalf of the plaintiff and Ms. Hubble, and Ashley Hanson Grimes appearing on behalf of the defendant. So this is the date and time set for an evidentiary hearing. I'm the only judge here today, so my criminal docket got a little crazy, and then we had a bunch of pickups, and so it was quite a morning. Counsel, I truly appreciate the hard work you put in this morning, going back and forth, speaking to me. Mr. Hotchkiss and Ms. Hanson Grimes, where do we stand at this point?
I do believe that we have an agreement, Your Honor, and I will place the terms on the record. And then Mr. Hotchkiss can add anything.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. We are in agreement that grandparenting time with Jameson Hubble will continue to be on the third Saturday of the month, but will expand from 9 until 6 from the previous 12 until 5 timeframe. And then in September, December, March, and June, so the 3, 6, 9, and 12 months of the year, there will be an additional grandparenting time of 9 until 6 on Sunday following their Saturday. Now, if there is a holiday where that weekend falls on, the 4th weekend of the month will make up the grandparenting time. The parties will agree not to communicate with one another unless it's a need to know situation regarding the upcoming parenting time. And that means if Jameson is sick, or if somebody has a flat tire on their way to exchange, or if he was stung by a bee, or something medical or logistical as it relates to scheduling, will be the only communication between the parties. There will be no request for additional time or to expand the time once the child is in their care. The child will not be posted on social media by the grandparents or anyone in their family. The request for no contact also extends to their family, and there will be no contact with Ms. DeHart or her family, including her grandmother or her mother and father. The parties will exchange the minor child at the previous location that was ordered, which is the Brooklyn McDonald's. And should any of the terms of this agreement be violated, Mr. Hart reserves the right to file an objection to terminate the grandparenting time or to suspend that grandparenting.
Would it be an objection or an ex parte motion?
It would be an ex parte motion to modify or suspend grandparent visitation to be filed with this court, and then ultimately the court would make a decision regarding that. The statute will also come back into play, and under the statute, this will be in full force and effect for a period of 2 years. There will be no motions filed asking for an expansion of parenting time on behalf of the grandparents in accordance with the statute. And I have that MCL 722.27B 8. If there is a request for further grandparenting time without good cause, the grandparents would be fully liable for Mr. Hart's legal fees and any cost incurred. I think that is the full recitation of our order, and all other orders prior to this order will remain in full force and effect. So no disparaging comments, no talking about